Morning, everybody. Let's call to order here. Welcome to the May 23rd, 2024 meeting of the Finance and Administrative Committee, or the Administrative and Finance Committee, depending on how you want to do that. We have one board member remote, and General Counsel Edwards will make that announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rand. Director Acosta is participating remotely due to just cause, traveling on official business pursuant to government code. And can you confirm there's nobody over 18 in the room with you?
Yes, there's no one over the age of 18 in the room with me.
Thank you.
Thank you. As we discuss the items on our agenda today, I will be calling on directors who raise hands to speak. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our rather lengthy agenda for today. Nicole, will you please call roll for me?
Chair Rand.
Here.
Vice Chair Abdullahi.
Here.
Vice Chair Hogan.
Present.
Directors Acosta.
Here.
Bays.
Here.
Hilliker.
Here.
Hurst.
Present.
Katz.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Ray.
Here.
Simpson. Vespi. Wiley.
Here.
Yamani. Chair Rand, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you for all being present so we have a quorum. I see no additions to our agenda. Under public comment, we do have one speaker who has requested to speak. That would be Lanny Lutar. Lanny, go ahead and make your comments. 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lonnie Lutar. While many of you know me as a public affairs consultant, former taxpayer advocate, API community leader, and co-founder of the Water Reliability Coalition, today I'm just here to share my perspective as a San Diego resident. I have just enough water policy background to be a little dangerous and acknowledge that I still have so much to learn. I appreciate many of you around this boardroom that have taken the time to patiently educate me about complex water policy at one time or another. I also know that there are many new directors that I haven't yet had the opportunity to meet, and I look forward to working with you in the future. So with the caveat that I don't consider myself a water policy expert per se, what I do offer is nearly 2 decades of institutional knowledge regarding water policies that have been adopted by the Water Authority and the City of San Diego. Excuse me. I've spent much of my professional career monitoring and advocating on a variety of water issues for clients and the organizations I've represented. In the water space, those clients have included, but are not limited to, Olivine Water District, Surfrider Foundation San Diego County, the City of San Diego, Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, the East County Advanced Water Purification Project, as well as global engineering and contractor firms. I also proudly served on the board of San Diego Coastkeeper for 6 years. Today, I'm here to urge you to support Mayor Todd Gloria's position of opposing the 19% rate increase proposed for fiscal year 2025. More can and absolutely should be done to mitigate the rate increase. In support of this position, I recommend approving the bifurcation of the public hearing process. As Mayor Gloria noted in his memo, Water Authority staff has pledged in past years that acceptance of higher rates would result in lower rates in the future being today. And that has not occurred. And these structural budget and rate challenges that this agency is facing today should have, and that frankly have been predictable for at least a decade. The downward trend in water use from
you have
conservation
30 seconds remaining. Please wrap up your comments.
And newer water technology, as well as planned projects such as Pure Water San Diego and East County AWP have long been known. Chairman, may I ask as a courtesy to have an additional minute, please, since there's no other speakers, and this is a pretty big item.
Okay, 1 additional minute.
Thank you. But I don't want to just be critical and not offer solutions. I believe that the Water Authority suffers from a credibility problem. If the leadership and board are serious about changing its image and developing trust with the community, it must demonstrate that it's sincere and work to rebuild this trust. For example, the agency has several public affairs firms on retainer, yet there's been no community engagement about this rate increase, this huge, tremendous rate increase. No community engagement. That has to change. You don't see any environmental community leaders around this room, and they rarely show up. And do you know why? It's because they have just lost faith. Time after time again, they have come to you all and made
30 seconds
recommendations,
remaining. Please
and it's
wrap up
fallen
your
on deaf
comments.
ears. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Thank you very much. Our Chair's report, just one item. I want to congratulate our finance department for winning the GFOA award for financial reporting. Prestigious award, student agencies, very high standards in reporting and transparency to the community. Okay, I'll do it again. I got in trouble last meeting because I had a hot mic. That's what I'm told anyway. So I want to congratulate the Finance Department for winning the GFOA Award for Financial Reporting. This is a very prestigious award, and it clearly indicates a high level of financial responsibility and transparency in reporting to the public of our financial activities. So congratulations to Lisa Marie and the rest of you all in the Finance Department. Congratulations. Do I have any directors' comments? Chairs, vice chairs, directors? Isman? Yes.
In the agenda that we have, Chair Grant, General Grant, for the Finance Planning Work Group recommendation, is it possible to take that item after the midterm budget presentation?
No, I'm going to stick with the order of the agenda. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Okay, consent calendar. On our monthly agenda, we have the staff recommendation to note and file the monthly treasurer's report. Approve the date change for the Board of Directors September regular meeting from the 26th of December to the 19th. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Moved by Director Hirsch, second by Director Bays. All those in favor, Nicole, please call roll.
Chair Rant,
Yes.
Vice Chair Abdullahi,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hogan,
Yes.
Directors Acosta,
Yes.
Bays,
Yes.
Hilliker, Hurst,
Aye.
Katz,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
Simpson is absent, Vespi is absent, Wiley,
Yes.
Yamani. Chair Rant, the consent calendar passes.
Thank you very much. We'll now go on to our action discussion presentation segment of the agenda. First, I'll hand it over to Frank Hilliker, who is chair of our Finance and Planning Work Group, to review the work group's recommendation for today's agenda.
Thank you, Chair Rant. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start the Finance Planning Work Group update by providing a summary of the topics that we covered in our May 8th meeting held, on our 8th meeting held on April 10th of 2024 and our 9th meeting held on May 3rd of 2024. At the April FPWG meeting, we covered the following: update on water sales forecasts, operating budget update and discussion of budgetary cuts, review of Water Authority financial policies, CY 2025 rates and charges, roadmap alternatives, CIP execution and options for deferral of projects. Staff provide an update on the CIP program execution. Last year, the board adopted the FY 2024 and 2025 budget, which included a CIP appropriation of $189.3 million. Due to significant revenue shortfall, staff presented options for a deferral of $20 million to remain with the original appropriation. The FPWG identified the first aqueduct treatment water bifurcation structures project as a high priority and unanimously approved an increase to the CIP budget by $7 million to a new total of $190.9 million to fund the project. Staff did note to the work group that this new appropriation of $7 million would equate to an additional 1% rate increase to the proposed CY 2025 rates. Just to note, the FPWG recommendation to increase the appropriation to support the critical bifurcation structures is the same project that is on the E&O committee agenda today as an information item for advertisement for bids. At the May FPWG meeting, we discussed the 8 rate alternatives previously presented to the board in April, with the addition of 2 alternatives offered during board discussion. The 2 new alternatives include Alternative 9 with an accelerated debt issuance to meet a moderate risk CIP and Alternative 8 with an accelerated debt issuance to meet a low-risk CIP and a flat water sales forecast. In an effort to streamline future discussions, the FPWG reviewed all the alternatives and was decided by the working group to eliminate alternatives 1 through 7 and 10 and bring forward Alternative 9 for primary consideration and Alternative 8 as a secondary consideration for discussion during the May board meeting. These alternatives will be presented and discussed further during today's A&F committee meeting. A copy of the May FPWG presentation is available near the podium over there. That concludes my updates for the FPWG meetings. With that, I can take any questions or a motion for the FPWG recommendation to defer the $13 million in infrastructure projects and increase the FY 2024 and 2025 CIP appropriation of $183.9 million by $7 million to a new 2-year appropriation of $190.9 million.
Thank you, Frank. Ms. Ray, you have a question or comment?
I have both.
Go ahead.
I may have more than one question. So I assume that the reason for keeping the bifurcation project moving forward is an operational issue insofar as to properly continue to operate and deliver water, we need to keep that project moving forward.
Well, my recollection of the conversation was that the Water Authority engineering staff presented a list of 5 projects that were in question, and of the 5 projects, they identified the bifurcation update project as the critical. We were talking about an aqueduct system that was built in the late 1940s. It's aging, and there are some issues with a lot of the bifurcation and other issues with involved the Water Authority aqueduct and its reliability. So. That was the gist of what we heard from staff, and I think the planning work group agreed with that.
Okay. I think that as a board, we have to remember that we aren't boots on the ground here at the Water Authority, and we are facing a lot of tough challenges that are going to require some hard decisions. And we have to give both Dan and the leadership here at the Water Authority the opportunity to make the changes that need to be made, and that it's not going to happen overnight. And we also need to give them those tools to make those decisions. So therefore, I'm going to go ahead and move staff recommendation.
I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation. Do I have a second? Second, Director Hurst. Okay. Director Leahy, you have a question or a comment?
Thank you. I'm not on this committee. There's no one else that wants to speak before me? Wow.
Not yet.
Okay. Well, sorry.
It's all you.
I did have a couple questions about this, and it's just, and I'll preface my comment with, I want to just make sure that I don't take the position of deferring infrastructure projects indefinitely. I just am trying to figure out the prioritization of some of these. So I did have a couple questions for staff. Sorry, possibly Nina. My question was, with the addition and the request to appropriate the other $7 million, is there another project that then has taken a lower priority to this one that we can defer that $7 million? Or if this project is this project rated like the next top project for next 2 years budget? And what are those impacts if that were delayed a year, just for my knowledge?
So the reason that we're requesting an increase in the appropriation for this project is because back in June of last year, the board only approved an appropriation of the $183.9 million. This project was always planned to go to construction, but because we were limited to that 183, that's why we're requesting the increase to the appropriation. It is a high priority project. If this project does not move forward in this current fiscal year, then it could potentially be included in the next 2-year budget cycle. However, that will depend on other project priorities as well as shutdown schedules.
Okay. And then my other question, I'm assuming then the $7 million is not included in the current budget or the general manager's recommended midterm budget. Is that correct?
It's included in the budget. It's just not included. We're not able to spend over the $183.9 million that was approved as the appropriation or the amount that we could spend in this 2-year budget cycle. Based on what we have authorized in construction contracts, the construction contract that's coming to in front of the board later on this morning in E&O committee, and the forecasted spend of the remaining projects we have that we're working on, we are right up at that 184. Okay.
Director Leahy, if I can just add, I think to simplify things, what we're looking for the board to do is increase the appropriation. I think the initial question you asked had to do with what else is being delayed or where is this money coming from, and it's coming from the lifetime CIP. So we would be moving funds from the lifetime into the current year appropriation. And Nina, I don't know if you can talk to the rebalancing of things with the $7 million. Is that accurate? I guess first off.
So we have the budget. It's all budgeted. We have a lifetime CIP budget, so it's included in that lifetime CIP budget. It's just where we're spending those dollars, and so it's just shifting the spend of those dollars. So again, we're not going to do another project in place of the $7 million if it's not approved. We're already doing priority projects up to the $183.9 million. We're just asking to add $7 million to accommodate this additional project that we feel is a high priority due to its seismic vulnerability on the first aqueduct. Okay. Does that help to clarify?
Yes, and I guess where I was going with this is just to see if that was in the existing 2-year budget, which then potentially impacts the rates that are being proposed. So I was trying to find out and my follow-up question would be then if we're adding the appropriation to the current 2-year budget, then is there an impact to the proposed rates that we're going to be talking about next? Is that so it would be higher than what we're currently being proposed?
Right. In Frank's comments, he noted that it would be an additional 1% increase.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. I see no other speakers. Just a note on the capital limit we have on our capital program today came out of the last 2-year budget process, and I believe the capital program that the projects were approved are basically agreed to slightly over $200 million. It wasn't that the capital program was reduced because these projects weren't viable. It was on the basis that our spend rate would be only 90% of the total amount. But the spend rate's been higher for a number of reasons, inflation, things like that. So this project was a viable and a critical project then. It is still today. So I had no other speakers, and can we call roll, please?
Chair Ramp?
Aye.
Vice Chair Abdullahi?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hogan?
Yes.
Directors Acosta?
Yes.
Bays?
Yes.
Hilliker? Hurst?
Aye.
Katz?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Simpson and Vespi are absent. Wiley?
Yes.
Yamani is absent. Chair Rant, the item passes.
Denham, but before he starts, I would like to personally express my condolences for the loss of your father. I know everybody in this room shares the same feelings. It's a great loss, and I appreciate the fact that you're here soldiering through, and so we're all with you. Thoughts, prayers, and so just wanted to say that up front.
I appreciate that, Director Rant, and thank you to all of you who have reached out to me personally, over the past several days. It's kind of a bizarre thing to reflect on, a father passing. He would rather I be a professional baseball player than a general manager. So I hope he is okay with my shortcomings here. I'll continue to try to do the best for all of you and serve my post.
You're not that old. You never know.
My baseball days are long gone. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for that, Director Rant. Before I hand this over to Leanna, I just wanted to provide some context and comments on the budget. I think it goes without saying, everyone here knows we could not have predicted the situation that we're in 18 months ago. I think that it largely has to do, it goes without saying, with lost water sales. That and drawing from our rate stabilization fund in a manner that in the past we were able to keep rates low, but that no longer exists. I briefly wanted to also thank Director Hogan. In the financial planning work group meeting, he made some comments about the budget cuts that we discussed in some level of detail, but I didn't quite have themes developed as to what those cuts would look like, and Director Hogan suggested that we come up with those. And so the letter that was sent out last week kind of tried to encapsulate what we're trying to do on the operating side of things, to ensure and to really show that we're trying to streamline things here at the Water Authority. I think you all know that the operating budget is 7% of the total, and the cuts that we made, which will equate to about 5%, it really only translates to a 0.5 percentage rate reduction. And that's just the reality of the situation with the operating budget. I think you all know that our costs are driven by water purchases and water treatment. That being said, I think that there are some structural things that we need to consider. We need to take a big gulp here in this region and think about how we structure our revenue requirements, how we bill, whether that's on a volumetric basis or fixed. Those are conversations for another day, but those changes are needed and they're not going to happen overnight. So I would implore this board to in earnest start to have those conversations about how we can fix some of the structural issues that we have here at the Water Authority. What Leanna's going to describe is some of the stuff that's in the budget memo. We have about $80 million worth of reduced spending. Again, a lot of that has to do with water purchases and treatment, but some of it is the operating budget. And again, it's a 0.5% rate impact going forward. Staffing-wise, we're going to reduce 2 FTEs and maintain 5 vacancies throughout the agency. And then we're going to reprioritize things just in terms of new staff, executive staff that we have brought on board that's going to allow us to do things a little bit differently in terms of our legal and legislative and advocacy efforts out in the community. So if you haven't seen that memo, please take a look at it. Leanna is going to highlight a couple pieces of it. So Leanna, please feel free.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good morning. So let's go to the next slide. So today I'm going to go over some highlights from the midterm budget, give you kind of an overview of the budget development process and kind of where we are right now, and then some fiscal year 2024 highlights and accomplishments that we've recently realized, and then talk about some challenges that we're facing that impact the midterm budget development along with rates and charges and kind of what we're doing to mitigate those efforts. So up on the screen, you can see the budget development overview calendar. So 18 months ago in January of 2023, we had started the budget development process and then presented draft information early in March and then brought the budget to the board for workshops and at the regular board meetings in April and May in consideration for adoption in June. For the midterm process, what we do is we come to you here in May and then consideration for adoption of any midterm changes in June. So today we are not asking for any action items on the midterm budget. So in December, the Water Authority partnered with Metropolitan Water District and IID on a one-year exchange agreement that was supported by the Bureau of Reclamation. The agreement not only meets several goals in helping California meet conservation obligations, but it's also projected to save the Water Authority approximately $20 million. We've also recently entered into a 3-year MOU with Molten Niguel Water District that was signed in March, and that is to explore the potential transfer of water supplies from the Carlsbad desalination plant. Discussions are ongoing, and future impacts are unknown at this time. Over the past couple of years, the Water Authority has worked with member agencies, member agency managers, the Finance Planning Work Group to do a calendar year 25 rate redesign. The redesign is designed to add more fixed rates. So there's a creation of a transportation fixed rate that would shift 40% of the transportation revenue requirement to a fixed basis. And the redesign also includes longer rolling averages for customer service, supply reliability, and storage. And in continued efforts with affordability, we are continuing to look for outside funding. We facilitated $500,000 in state budget allocation for geotechnical work on the Lake Hodges Dam. So as we started the process in updating the budget for midterm and ensuring the budget is in line with rates and charges development, we faced some challenges, but most of these challenges are due to the changing conditions from when we developed the budget 18 months ago. So the driving force behind these challenges was reduced revenues due to the 2 wet weather years and the decline in water sales. Due to the reductions in revenues, we've revised the assumptions for water sales, water purchases, and water treatment while incorporating the updated assumptions for rates and charges. While revenues have decreased, we're looking at expenditures which can have their own unique challenges. So faced with increased construction costs and priorities on the CIP, the priorities have been evaluated to keep expenses within the approved appropriation of the 183.9, and with the recommendation and approval today, that will increase by $7 million. We also continue to evaluate any debt service opportunities while meeting our bond covenants and obligations. As opportunities for refundings or other savings on debt arise, they'll be incorporated into the budget forecast. But with these challenges, we're looking at mitigation efforts. So we're looking at efforts across the organization. So with full reservoirs statewide, the need for outside funding is increased, and so the need for conservation promotion and programs has decreased. So as Dan mentioned, we're looking at shifting and optimizing staff and our priorities. We'll be shifting focus from conservation to actually more seeking federal and state funding initiatives. And we've had some success in grant awards and state budget allocations. This will be a collaborative effort with staff in water resources, engineering, and government relations. The other significant challenges that we're facing required efforts in all areas to minimize expenses and find areas to cut from the budget. This is consistent with what we've done over the past 5 years, is every midterm and every budget cycle, we're looking for ways to cut. All of the operating departments have found 2% to cut from the budget. In addition, professional, legal, and advocacy services will be right-sized by optimizing our efforts of utilizing in-house staff and removing some services that are no longer needed or can be delayed. To control costs for calendar year 25 rates, 2 positions will be removed from the budget, as Dan mentioned, and 5 will be held vacant. The low water sales this year and being at the limit of our storage capacity, we're streamlining efforts for the water supply optimization, as mentioned, with the efforts on the 3-agency deal and looking at options to transfer desal But in February, production at the Carlsbad desal plant was intentionally reduced to minimize the amount of water being moved to San Vicente. This effort is intended to continue through December and is projected to save approximately $18 million in supply costs while preserving cash, reducing expenditures in the 2-year budget. So as part of our mitigation efforts, we identified 5% in cuts to the budget. These cuts are to the approved board budget of fiscal years 24 and 25. The cuts are driven by a reduction in water purchases and water treatment, deferrals in the equipment replacement fund, cuts in the operating departments, and shifting in priorities on the CIP. Combination of these items is approximately $82 million in a reduction in expenditures. The reductions are in addition to efforts implemented and identified during the 2-year budget development, where we cut costs across the organization to help minimize for calendar year 24 rates and charges development 18 months ago. So we're continuing to look for revenue opportunities and are planning for 2 OPEB withdrawals, one this year in fiscal year 24 and one next year in fiscal year 25, totaling approximately $800 million that can be added to our revenue. So just to recap, here's a budget schedule presenting midterm budget status. Today, we'll bring some updated information on the budget midterm for June for consideration for adoption. After rates and charges adoption and the adoption of the midterm budget, we will begin the development of an updated long-range financing plan, which will be used as the basis for the next 2-year budget development. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Director Ray.
Thank you. On the OPEB withdrawals, so withdrawing from OPEB, unless your OPEB fund is set up differently than my agencies, it can only be done in order to offset the cost of paying for retiree benefits. So and it only can be done if it's, well, I guess it could be done even if it's not fully funded, but can you just kind of walk me through how that's going to work?
I will turn that over to Chris Wojcik.
Yes, thank you for the question, a good question. The retiree medical expenses were already included in the budget, so the expenses were already there. Now this withdrawal from the fund will actually offset those expenses, and this was something, direction we received from the board a year ago to start drawing down the OPEB fund, the overfunded position.
So you're just going to be turning in for reimbursement at the end of the fiscal year for those retiree benefits that were paid during the fiscal year?
Correct, and we've already done it for this fiscal year, and I've already received the first installment.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Director Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not on this committee, but I appreciate the opportunity to talk, and thank you, Liana. On slide 13, there was a mention of cuts in purchases and treatment. I presume that's because lower water sales. How does that work within the construct of the take-or-pay contracts? Because I remember last month we had a chart showing our demand is going to be right around that line or even below the line in the upcoming years. I imagine your treatment costs go down a little bit, or is this reflecting water demand or reduced water demands? Or, I mean, how do we reduce our costs when we're in take-or-pay hell here?
Pierce Rawson, Rate and Debt Manager. So in terms of water purchases and treatment, yes, this reflects the lower demand and therefore the lower purchases. For water that we are still purchasing in excess of demand, that water goes to storage and we're still paying for that water. So there's a little bit of a cash basis where that water is being paid for and then an accrual basis. So it kind of depends on which type of financial analysis you're looking at. But the reduction reflects what purchases we could avoid.
So there's a reduction from the original budget, which had a higher forecast above take-or-pay numbers. Okay.
That's correct.
And then one other request for next month, if it's possible, if we can get a more detailed budget document with the line items in it in case some board members want to look at particular line items to suggest some changes on. I have a couple ideas, but I want to make sure I'm reading from the same book you all are.
Okay.
Director Kennedy, can you provide a little bit more detail? I'm not quite clear on what the ask is.
I have in the past, if you've been noticing, made a few suggestions for some line item changes in the budget, none of which has been successful thus far, but, try and try again. So I just want to make sure I'm referring to a suggested change appropriately using the documents that you provide. It'll be in a legal services category, let's just say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very much for the presentation. No other speakers, and we'll move on to our next item. We'll hear from Mr. Rosman, our rate and debt manager. We have a presentation on the recommended calendar year 2025 rates and charges. So go ahead, Pearson.
Thank you. Good morning. Pierce Rossum again. Today's presentation is to go over the CY25 rates and charges presentation. At the end of today's presentation, what we hope to do is get an action from the board to set the public hearing for June. We also look for the board to provide final input on what alternative to include in the final cost of service report that will be presented in June, and look to adopt those rates next month. But before we get there, the agenda, we want to walk through kind of the process, any updates we have, really want to focus on our debt management activities, and then go into the alternatives that we have today. For those that are new to the board, for those that may be watching online for the first time, the Water Authority sets rates annually. This slide really just goes over the holistic approach that we have. We have a financial goal when we set rates and we look at everything. We want to maintain the strongest credit rating possible. By having a stronger credit rating, just like you have and personally you have a better credit score, that allows for lower cost of capital, lower interest rates. So whether it's a car or a home, you save money. The Water Authority does that. And we have over $2 billion in debt that we need to protect. From a rate framework, we want to mitigate ratepayer impact. So that financial goal feeds directly into that rate framework. Mitigating the ratepayer impacts as best we can, but having to protect the fiscal responsibility and sustainability of this organization. If we can't provide water, if we have failing infrastructure, if we don't have the funds to meet operational needs, we can't serve water. And then all of this needs to be done in a regular review, industry standards, in compliance with the board, the legal requirements, and so forth. Walking through this specific process, this is something that each of the retail agencies do. When they set rates and charges, it's going to look very similar. The first step is to analyze the revenue requirements. How much revenue do we need to bring in from rates and charges to cover our costs? And that's an important thing to make a distinction on. We're trying to cover our costs. We are not making a profit. We are not profiting shareholders. This is something where we're running at cost, and we try to set rates as close to that level as possible. No more, no less. Unfortunately, this year, with sales coming in lower than forecasted, we've missed the mark. All of those costs are analyzed on a line item by line item basis, and they're allocated into functional categories, into services that are provided, storage, supply, treatment, and so on. We take those same functions that we do in terms of service, and we say we should have rates that reflect that. So we have a supply rate, a treatment rate, a storage rate. Some rates are allocated on a volumetric basis. So as you use water, you purchase that water, it comes in. Other costs for that final item there, the member agency allocation, are fixed and reflect each of the member agency's specific use of the system or other key metrics. Now, this whole process is reviewed annually when we do cost of service. We have a third-party cost of service review performed by Corollo Engineers. That's as part of your packet. That starts on page 66. And as was mentioned by Leanna, we've had, over the last 2 years, we've worked with the member agency rate work group to identify rate design changes that can be made. And as Dan alluded to, we're really focusing on the structural imbalance that we have between how our revenues are collected and how our costs are incurred. And so while the work group made some valiant efforts and strides this go-round for CY 2025, there's certainly more work to be done. Now, we haven't just started this process. This isn't the first time I'm up here presenting. Last month, we presented 8 different alternatives to the board. We had input that provided 2 additional options. Those are in front of you now on the screen, and there's also, as Director Hilliker mentioned, in the pickup packet. Last month, we shared 8 different alternatives with the board. We received input. We had one request for taking alternative 8, which was unique that it accelerated the debt service based on input from the finance planning work group, rather than having a 2027 debt issue, which was the case for alternatives 1 through 7. Alternative 8 accelerated that further to 2026. But that was funding the low-risk CIP. Alternative 9 takes that same approach in terms of accelerating a debt service for 2026, but for the lower cost, moderate risk CIP. There was also a request to analyze what the rate impacts might be if demand flattened rather than had incremental growth associated in future years. The board also wanted more conversation on potential budget cuts and operating cuts. We just heard that from Leanna and Dan as well. At the end of the conversation with the Finance Planning Work Group, they ultimately supported Alternative 9 based on their input to be provided as the basis for the cost of service report, the draft report. Alternative 8 was also analyzed by Carollo as a secondary option, and that's included in the addendum of the report. Over the past several months, we spent a lot of time talking about how we got here, and that for the past several years, we've really pulled all the levers we could in terms of using our reserves, and that leaves little leeway going into calendar 25. Not only were we actively drawing down those reserves, we were sitting at a upper limit of the rate stabilization fund, and we were directed by the board to start pulling that down. And we've pulled it from $155 million to the minimum of the target now at $75 million. While proactive use of that was successful in keeping rates down in the past, that rate stabilization fund is no longer available, and we're going to, given the wet years, we're going to fall well below that target just here in a couple months for fiscal 24. We have those external rate pressures, and really the focus throughout this conversation has been more than 2/3 of the rate pressures that we're facing in this proposal is external, whether that's from Metropolitan, the one-time impact of detachment, or supply costs. Those impacts are affecting CY25 rates and charges. But there's still an additional 7% that we need to cover our costs. Again, it's not profits, it's cost recovery. It's costs that are needed to meet our bond obligations. It's costs that are necessary to fund our CIP and our operating departments. Now, I wish I had some good news here in terms of April sales, but unfortunately, April sales were even worse than they had been cumulatively for the start of this year. We are now 37% below where we forecasted sales for CY24. So that's 36,000 acre feet that I have not been able to collect my full costs on. Add that to the 108,000 acre feet that we weren't able to collect our full cost recovery in the prior year. That sets up for the financial shortfall that you see in front of you. Now, when I presented this slide back in March, I'm not going to go through the same level of detail today, but it was a $37 million shortfall. Because of low water sales in March and in April, that's now swelled to $51 million. When we take a look at the bottom line here, that net number, at this point in time in the budget for this fiscal 24, we should be $28.5 million in the black. That's $28.5 million to fund PAYGO. That's $20.5 million to cover my debt service coverage. But instead, we're $22 million in the red. So a $51 million variance from what we had forecasted. And our financials, our cash position, all of it are no longer supportive of maintaining rates below the 18% and 19% that's in front of you. We didn't get here overnight, and neither did we get here overnight with the budget cuts and the optimizations that have been discussed. For the past year, we've understood that revenues have not been materializing. So for that same period of time, we've been restricting costs. We've been mitigating costs. We've been optimizing what we can, watching, because every dollar does matter. We understand that, and we want to ensure that we're doing everything we can on the cost side, but really what this is, it's a cost recovery challenge, and that when we set rates the way we have in years past, when we don't sell as much as we want, given the rate design, we have this inequity. From a debt management perspective, I said we have $2 billion of outstanding debt. You see our debt stack here. Each color represents a different debt series. And what we've tried to do, you'll see some bars grow and shrink, appear and disappear, and that's just in order to try to level out the debt service. You see a new dark yellow mustard type color. That's the anticipated FY 2026 debt issue. That is just simply amortized over the 30-year period, but should that debt be issued, we'd work with our financial advisors and we'd try to match that debt service as best we could to make sure those individual tranches provide level debt service. But how did we get here? How did we end up with $2 billion in debt? Well, we have to rewind 30 years. Back in the mid-90s, the Water Authority was cut back. We had major drought restrictions, major cutbacks from Metropolitan, and this board at that time said never again. And starting in the late 90s, you can see there's upticks in debt service every 5 years. That reflects principal, that reflects new debt, new infrastructure that's being built, whether it's the San Vicente Dam raise, whether it's Twin Oaks, whether it's the desal plant. You see those types of increases up to about 2015. And that's where it stops. And for the past decade, we've paid down over $400 million in principal. And the little dips that you see on the bottom portion of this graphic, the green bars reflect the annual principal paid. And for the most part, you see that as our debt service increase, so does our principal. You'll see a little dips here and there, and that's one-time defeasances that we've done that are not calculated in that principal number. So for 21 and 22, you might remember because of COVID, because of our reserves at that point in time, we were able to defease a significant amount of debt to maintain our financial metrics and our coverage, and we're continue to pay our debt service. The rating agencies have been very clear. So in order to protect our ratings, they identify what are areas of concern. And starting with Moody's, the top left on the second gray box, days of liquidity is roughly half of the median for a AA minus rated water utility. The next box down, 1.5 times coverage, which is the Water Authority's target, is less than the coverage for a AA2. That typically exceeds 2 times. Our metrics are not what they should be. And then specifically, that gives us concern for this rate setting cycle is greater utilization of the rate stabilization fund or total available cash would materially pressure credit quality. And then the final one on the left, the authority's current ratings reflect our expectations that management will adhere to board policies. to adopted policies, and draws on the rate stabilization fund will not significantly exceed projections. What I'm showing you here in a couple slides is that despite the 18% increase, draws on the rate stabilization fund outside of those projections are necessary. That draws below policies are necessary even with the 18% increase. We do not have the latitude to go below this 18% increase, and these increases are necessary to support these metrics. I'm going to continue to read the S&P ones that reiterate just as Moody's does. Maintaining the RSF at the current levels, continuing to implement increases are critical to maintaining the rating. The rating could be pressured if the authority depletes its RSF beyond the minimum target. That's exactly what we're forecasting today. That third blue box, maintaining target of RSF levels and keeping up with rising costs of water will be key drivers for stability. The rating agencies understand that costs are going up. They gave Metropolitan credit for doing what was necessary to support their financial metrics. They reiterated their ratings because Metropolitan and Met's board did their fiduciary responsibility to support the organization. Now, when we look at Fitch, Fitch does things a little differently. All the rating agencies do. But Fitch, rather than focusing on liquidity or the rate stabilization fund, really takes a look at this term called leverage. Now, when they talk about leverage, and it's highlighted in that one blue box on the right, preservation of the existing ratings will be highly dependent on leverage declining. So leverage isn't just what's on the credit card. It's what is your revenue year in, year out to pay down that credit card. Do you have the ability to pay down that credit card? That's what their concern is. And so a support of the 18% increase or the 19% proposal supports all of these things that the rating agencies are concerned with. Our liquidity, our rate stabilization fund, and leverage. It's the one thing we can do to support the leverage. And this matters because when we talk about budget cuts and when Dan talks about the efforts that are being made with the operating department, he says that the operating department is 7% of the total budget. Our debt service is nearly twice that. And over the last 5 years, we've been able to save the budget $101 million because we've been able to take advantage of this significant budget lever. We've been able to take advantage of our existing credit quality. And any impact to that would materially impact these types of savings moving forward. And as you heard from our financial advisor back in February, a cost of a downgrade would be $30 million. And when every dollar matters, paying $30 million more for no added benefit, no added service, no added reliability is not advisable. So these increases are necessary to cover significant cost increases from MWD. They're to end the over-reliance on our reserves that are now depleted because they've been funding operating and capital needs. These increases are necessary to improve leverage and to maintain the critical metrics for our ratings. And they're necessary to support our costs, our existing debt, our operations, and our infrastructure. And one thing that Dan mentioned in his letter is the opportunity for future water deals. But that is only available if we have the liquidity, the cash flow to support that type of deal. When we talk about the prior deal that was made, we floated $40 million worth of expense for several months. If a deal is to be made now in a weaker financial position, any rate increase that is less than what's proposed puts those deals at significant risk. And in terms of Alternative 9, we look at the rates here. This builds from the same type of graphics that were shown last month. Alternative 9, again with the moderate risk, would be an increase in calendar 25 to the member agencies estimated at 18%. So 11% internal and 7% for the water authority's financial needs. We have future rate expectations that are not minor. We look at a 15% increase needed the next year, and then a 4% in 2027. This provides the quickest recovery, quickest relative to the other prior 7 alternatives that had a 2027 debt issue. It provides the quickest recovery to support the days of cash. And that's because we're accelerating that debt service from 27 to 26, and that preserves cash. That preserves, rather than paying our capital program out of our operating fund, we would pay our capital program out of those proceeds. This supports the rate stabilization fund, not overnight, but as you see in the bottom right graphic, we're going to fall $25 to $30 million below where we should be, even with an 18% increase in 25 and a 15% increase in 26. It's not until FY26 that we start to see a rebound in the rate stabilization fund. This aids, this helps the AA credit rating. It helps because it's a plan. An 18% increase I know is extremely difficult and not very palatable to this board or to any of the other stakeholders and ratepayers. But without this plan, without these steps taken, the rating agencies will not look favorably on a plan that doesn't exist. A plan that takes a giant step forward in addressing our key financial challenges, that addresses our cost recovery, puts us on a roadmap where they can go to the rating committees and say their metrics aren't supportive of the ratings they have, but they have a plan on how to right the ship. And that's what we're trying to do. The rates, in terms of 18%, no one's going to pay 18%. You pay based on the actual rates and charges that are defined here on this slide. A majority of our rates, our rate pressures, are on the supply rate and the treatment rate. The supply rate, which is a meld of all of our supplies, is going up 19.2%. Treatment is going up 25%. This is largely driven by Metropolitan's nearly 40% treatment surcharge increase. So that's being reflected there. While we're not buying a lot of Met water, we still use Met's treatment for some of our QSA supplies, and so we're still paying Met's more expensive treatment rate. Transportation, you see dropping 25.4%. That's not because our costs were magically reduced for transportation. It's because when you look at the fixed charge down below, you see that now $30 million will be recovered on a fixed basis. So this will help move forward in terms of revenue stability for years to come. Untreated special ag, that is directly tied to the Met rate, that's going up 1%. The treated special ag water rate is going up 8.4%. That's a blend of the untreated SAR plus our treatment rate. Customer service and storage are just going up by 4.9 and 3.2% respectively. Supply reliability, which is a board-adopted methodology, that calculation, given Metropolitan's 1% increase on their supply, but an almost 9% increase on the exchange components, you're seeing the cost of our reliable waters, desal and QSA, you're seeing that price differential being reflected in that increase. The infrastructure access charge finally here is going up 4.1%. Most of that is due to the fact that we no longer have the meter equivalents that are associated with Rainbow and Fallbrook in this CY25 proposal. Every agency is going to be a little different in how they use the water. We've talked about an 18% effective increase to the member agencies. What's in front of you is what we've presented for the past several years now in terms of taking the prior year's fiscal year's water sales, using that as an apples to apples comparison, and you can see given the new rates comparatively with the same amount of water purchases, what each agency's impact would be. Clearly, given the demand forecast that was provided by each of the member agencies for 2025, your individual agency's impact may vary dramatically from this in terms of being lower. For those agencies that have a lot of local supply, that 19.2% increase on supply, that 25% increase on treatment, if you're not buying treated water from the Water Authority, your variable impact is not going to be as severe as might be shown up on the screen. As I wrap up here, what we're looking to do is, again, we're here in May, we're looking to have an action to set the public hearing. We're looking for that public hearing to be held in June, where we can adopt the rates. And then as soon as the rates are adopted, as Leanna mentioned, we get to work on our long-range financial plan. That's a plan where we can open up the conversation with the finance planning work group, with the MAR work group, with the board on what are these policies, what is our target for fixed cost recovery, how can we fix this structural imbalance that we have, taking 6 months or so to do that deep dive. Once we look to have a draft in October and a final long-range plan adopted in November, then the finance team will get straight to work on the new 2-year budget, and that's reflected in the adopted budget policy, where we're coming back earlier and more often to have that discussion for the new 2-year budget. So a lot of work to be done as soon as we close rates and charges here in June. So staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution setting a time and place for the public hearing on June 27th, 2024 at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as may be practically heard during the A&F committee meeting. To receive comments regarding the recommended rates and charges to be effective January 1st, 2025. We also are looking for a recommendation from the board or direction from the board on what to include, whether it's Alternative 9, the moderate risk CIP, or Alternative 8, the low risk CIP, to be considered at the public hearing for adoption in June. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Pierce. Excellent presentation. Director Abdullahi.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it, Chair Arendt. And thank you so much, Pierce, for that presentation. I understand, especially with the 11% external pass-through that we have that we're taking on, especially as an agency, it's definitely a difficult conversation as we're thinking about what's best for the region, as also what's best for the Water Authority, are the member agencies and our ratepayers. And we as an agency are really kind of like struggling with this cost recovery and trying to find solutions long term for us to have these more difficult conversations, especially with the increase or decreased water demands impacting our revenue. One can only imagine the difficulty that water agencies are having, as well as the ratepayers that are going to be directly impacted by these difficult decisions, these difficult choices that we have to make. And so I feel as if there needs to be more time for us to kind of continue these discussions. I think we're making headway. I know there's been an idea that's been proposed by the city in regards to just making upfront payments that could be one of the rate drivers that can help impact for our cash flow. But in this current moment, I don't think it's any secret that the city or the mayor is very happy with the proposed rate increases. And so I'm actually would like to make a motion for us to be postpone the alternate recommendation, for us to have the alternate recommendation where we are specifically approving the public hearing to be set in June to consider the proposed pass-through from Metropolitan so that the agency can prepare for that, as well as considering the remainder of the Water Authority rates and charges at our August meeting. And additionally, kind of making sure that the Water Authority staff continues to have conversations with the city staff and other member agencies as well on rate mitigation solutions, and to develop a recommendation for the August meeting. So again, provide any updates on this progress in June and July.
Would you, your recommended 4% only, then did you add anything to that?
No, so the alternate recommendation stays, again, bifurcating the public hearing process, so we can focus on the pass-through from Metropolitan in June and be able to have those discussions, again, because the agency needs to prepare for that. Exactly, and making sure that, again, we take the that we're doing our due diligence in having these conversations and really making sure that we're doing the best that we can for our ratepayers and trying to think of other alternative options to kind of help decrease these the proposed rate increases. So the motion is approve the alternate recommendation to bifurcate this process of setting the public hearing in June, specifically focusing on the pass-through from Metropolitan, and considering the remainder of the Water Authority rates and charges at our August meeting, and really directing staff in this agency to work with the City of San Diego staff as well as the other agencies on rate mitigation solutions and developing a recommendation for the August meeting and providing a progress in June and July in regards to those discussions.
Katz will second that motion.
Okay. Discussion. Director Ray.
I don't know that I can really support the alternative recommendation. A lot of agencies have their own Prop 218 process that they have to work through. This causes a problem. You know, no one's happy or pleased about the rates. I think that I can safely say, as a district that has 97% agriculture, these rates are probably more detrimental to my district than any other district in this agency. And I can't continue to put my budget on hold because no one's willing to make the tough decisions that have to be made here. Again, I said this before and I'll say it again. I understand that there are difficult decisions that have to be made, and yes, we need to take our time, but we also need to remember that the staff works with this every single day, and we're only here one day a month. And I have to trust that the staff's recommendations and their plan is what is going to be best for the authority. And we have to remember, as Pierce said, we didn't get here overnight, and we're not going to solve this problem overnight, but putting off the tough decisions and kicking the can down the road certainly isn't going to make the decision any easier. In fact, what it'll probably do is make the rate increase a little bit higher down the road, and that's going to be worse. So I really can't recommend. I understand the thought process, I really do, but I did the same exercise at my district, and the result, if for me putting a rate increase off down the road and not in July, was an additional 2% increase. And that was using numbers that are basically a guesstimate because I have no idea what the Water Authority is going to do. So I just don't think it's a really wise decision to do that. I think it really puts this district, this agency, in a precariously unstable financial position.
Thank you. Director Myers.
Thank you. Just first, just some clarification on my part as to exactly what the percentages are. I see numbers, but I can't do the math in my head. What percentage increase are we proposing that we're going to vote on June 27th?
Okay, that's a Pierce question.
Yeah, so if this is the recommendation, we would come back to the board in June and we would show the rates associated strictly with Metropolitan. We have to do a bifurcated process because there are Metropolitan charges that become effective July 1st. So, as soon as the rates would be adopted. So having a public hearing to pass through the Metropolitan charges, and since we're passing through the RTS for Metropolitan, just pass through all the other charges for Metropolitan, so we'd come back with those numbers in June. We'd also look for the authorization to continue the Water Authority standby availability charge. That is in the first public hearing, and that would just allow us to print our continued standby availability charge on the tax roll. And then the second public hearing would be the full rates and charges. So it would be a second cost of service and the cost associated with that to come back in August, and whatever the rates would be at that time, come back with new rates for a public hearing in August. That would be a culmination of the MET rates that were adopted in June, and then the rest of the rates that would be adopted in August. So it is a more complicated process, and as Director Ray mentioned, there is no guarantee that the rates won't be higher given any updated numbers. I understand that there's a real discomfort with these numbers, but any water deal that might be made would be a 2024 benefit that doesn't change any of the dollars or costs associated with 2025. So from a cost recovery standpoint, the costs are Metropolitan. We know what those costs are. We know what our desal rate's going to be. We know what those costs are. And a one-time revenue does not mitigate the rates that are necessary. And I would be remiss if I didn't say I think this is going to have a significant signal to the rating agencies that there's uncertainty here, that we, for decades, have passed rates every June. And this would be a signal that while it is a tough decision, that decision is being deferred, and we're looking for, something that may not come. And I just want to be very clear that if we get downgraded, that can be very detrimental to the rates that we have in front of you today.
Thank you for all those comments. Kind of circling back to my question, I'm getting some hand signals like 4% or something like that. We've been dealing with percentages here, so it really is helpful at least for me to understand what we're bifurcating. So the vote in June would be to do the initial first 4%, and then the remainder, let's just, the remaining 14% or whatever that number is going to be is what we would then be dealing with in August. Is that fair to say?
From a high-level perspective, that's that's appropriate.
Okay, that's really helpful to me. So I guess I'll give you my perspective. And I do appreciate everything in terms of the concerns that are coming from the city and others on this issue. But I guess I'm coming from a slightly different perspective, and that is institutional distraction. When I came onto the board last year, all we did for months and months and workshops was to focus on the budget, while other things that were really important to this organization were distracted. And I think that we took some hits because of that. We can go on with this process, continue to have staff spending a lot of their time dealing with this issue, and we can slice and we can dice and we can juggle and we can horse trade, till the cows come home, until August, and then to a very uncertain future as to what that's even going to end up being. I think we need to free the staff from the shackles of just a continuing, ongoing budget process, so we can focus on the things that are really most important to us right now: water transfer, MWD issues, structural rate changes on fixed rates and other possible sources of revenue, outreach issues that I think that we've been distracted from being able to deal with. And so, I get it, and I get it that maybe waiting could potentially have some benefits, but I don't see the upsides to the organization. And so that's really where I'm coming from on this. Maybe we'll shave a percent here or percent there, but at the end of the day, I think our focus needs to be on the other stuff. It just seems like in the last year and a half that I've been on this board, way more than half of my time has been reading budget reports and slides. And so that's my perspective on it. So I completely appreciate the perspective of the city on this, but I think from an organizational point of view, that's what's driving me, and I think we need to move on, and so I just can't support the present motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan?
Yeah, Director Abdullahi, if you can, I want to just make sure for the benefit of this discussion that everyone understands the motion on the floor. So on page 66 of the board packet, we have the alternative motion. And I'm not going to read through it, but it's there. I think that everyone knows what it is. The only differences I heard in your motion was to come back with, in addition to what's there, the alternative, come back with a progress on items in June and July, and then the second item, work with member agencies to what?
So just working with the member agencies in terms of the rate mitigation solutions, so what are alternatives? Because I know the city had an idea of really just providing payments in advance to help to see if that can have an impact. And so just making sure that those conversations are ongoing and we provide a progress update to the board.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that for the group.
Thank you. Director Acosta.
Thank you. I'm taking this conversation obviously very seriously, and I want to be mindful of our ratepayers. Obviously, I'm an elected official. I'm always thinking about the public and what we could do to ensure that ratepayers aren't suffering. At the same time, we have responsibilities, fiscal, fiduciary responsibilities, and we know that we need to make these increases. So I'm trying to be as open-minded as I can about this conversation. I tend to be really conservative on some of the financial things, and specifically our credit ratings. So I wanted to ask for I know we've been talking about this and we just heard a little bit from Pierce on this last question, but a quick bullet point summary, pros, cons of this motion that's on the floor. From what I understand, the good is a better sense of the costs, easing into the higher rates for ratepayers. The bad, signaling uncertainty, I know it's here on the slide, to rating agencies, we may be downgraded, potentially higher rates later. Can you just kind of confirm in a really brief and concise way, pros and cons?
I'll try my best, thank you. Yeah, the pros of the staff recommendation is that we get certainty. We get to focus as soon as we get the rates adopted. We can move on to those bigger policy considerations and really focusing on the long-term, long-run financial plan. And so really taking a deep dive on that. And I want to be clear, too, there's nothing that precludes us from adopting those rates in June and continuing to have those cost-saving conversations. If we do have variables that change into our favor, then at any point in time, we can reduce those rates. It's not just in 60 days. It's not just before January 1st. If we're able to do a water deal that's lowers costs in 2025, we can then take advantage of that as well. But it provides a lot of certainty moving forward for this board, for staff, for the rating agencies, that we have a clear path forward. The benefits of the delay is it just gives everyone more breathing room to make that decision in the first place. And so, I definitely understand that. So I think those are the pros and cons if we have to do it. Certainly understand the desire for that approach and the hesitancy in making an 18% recommendation. I totally understand that, and we are very empathetic to that. So hopefully that was brief enough.
Sorry, just to follow up, it's just a few months, right? So how much is a few months going to change things? Yes, that's my bigger question.
I'll look to General Manager Denham in terms of those water deals. I know they take a lot of time, but Dan?
Yeah, just in terms of what we're working on in the Colorado River Basin, I don't suspect that we'll have any clarity over a 2-month period as it relates to any savings related from potential water transfers. If something does materialize, that would be savings that would be applied to rate year 2 or 3, for instance, in this 3-year recovery plan that staff is recommending. And that's just for the water transfer side of things.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to be open-minded. So even with the credit aspect of things, signaling uncertainty, I'm not sure how that works. Do we speak to them? Do we tell them, hey, this is just a few months, we're transitioning?
So my recommendation would be, whatever the outcome of today's meeting is that we immediately schedule a conversation with the rating agencies. That's going to be our first priority going forward. We are going to have to explain the board's thinking on any action that we take.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Director Ray Myers and Acosta with their comments. I won't repeat those. I think that staff has done a great job, framing the issues with regards to the risks and reducing operations. I want to compliment Dan on his memo. We looked at the CIP. You've clearly, from a policy decision for me to perform my fiduciary responsibilities, you've laid it out so it's clear to me where we need to go. I think the biggest shift, Dan, is like you mentioned, is the water transfer has the biggest impact on what may happen with our rates, and that may not impact us until the second year and further down. So I'm opposed to the recommendation, and I just want to comment too that postponing this does have an impact on my district with regards to probably a cost impact as well as just a process impact for us to go through, as Amy stated, the cost of service, complete the cost of service. If this were delayed till August, we would be down to just several weeks for staff to complete what they have to do in order for us to post and meet the Prop 218 timeline. And that's not enough time, and that will have a financial impact on us if we're not able to implement by the end of the year. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Director Abdullahi.
Thank you, Chair Arant. Just a couple of things to consider. I know the 218 is a difficulty for some of our member agencies. It's also going to be a difficulty for the city. We're not separate from that conversation. It does create a tight schedule, but it's not impossible. One of the things I really want to highlight is especially when it comes to the concerns with the rating agency. Last month, I asked a question about when we were considering the ratings specifically for the different alternatives, if affordability was kind of taken into consideration. That always remains to be a top issue for not just myself, but I also know for staff and for the agency as well. Oftentimes, I get a lot of concerns from the community in regards to the continued increase in rates, and especially I'm not sure how many folks are aware some of that support to pay for the water bills has stopped, right? And so I think this is an effort to make sure that we're able to tell our ratepayers across the county, in the region, not necessarily just within the city of San Diego, but for our member agencies as well, that we have looked under every single rock. The staff has done a phenomenal job, and so this postponement is not taking away from the phenomenal job that you all have done. Thank you so much for our finance team. This is just providing additional time for us to be able to say we have done our due diligence and then more, right? And so we are at this point today because there's long-term financial kind of discussions to be had, and those conversations are ongoing, and I'm very confident that we're hopefully moving in the right direction. But for this specific motion that is on the floor is to really make sure, even if we come back in August and say, you know what, we're voting for these 18 to 19% increase, we have done our due diligence. We have looked under every single rock. We've done the best that we can to make sure that we're mitigating this rate increases as much as possible. And so from what I understood from the last meeting that we've had was that delaying the vote to August was not really going to have much of an impact. Again, the tight schedule for 218 is a different story altogether, but it's not really going to be having much of an impact. And so that's the understanding that I took away from our last meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that folks kind of understand that the motion that we're recommending here, the alternate recommendation, again, does not necessarily signal a abdicating responsibility when it comes to the rate agencies, but is also taking into consideration the concern that they had in regards to affordability as well. So just wanted to make sure that we have that understanding. Thank you.
Director Hogan, did you have another comment? Okay. Director Hurst.
Thank you. There was a comment made about the impact that this delay, proposed delay, might have on our ability to negotiate transfer deals. Dan, could you expand on that for me? How might a delay affect those negotiations?
It really is it's framed in our cash flow. So Pierce mentioned that we floated the cost of the transaction last time around at the end of 2023. What that means is that we paid for both IID water and Met Tier 1 water. If we were to do that again, we're in a much different cash position. I can't speak to, Pierce, whether or not 2 months worth of cash. The rate increase obviously is not going to impact this current calendar year's cash flow, but what it does allow us to do is to essentially, Pierce, correct me if I'm wrong, borrow from the future 2025 year assumptions to float the transaction for this year. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think what a 2-month delay would do is just, we have 2 months of less certainty that what our rates are going to be. If the board adopts the rates next month, we can go into those negotiations, we can go into that conversation understanding what our cash flow is going to be. We would know whether it's the 18 or 19%. If we wait till August, we have less assurance of what that rate might be. We have less assurance of what our ratings will be, those type of implications. It's just a lot more uncertainty when we're trying to make those decisions. And so that's part of the reason for the staff recommendation being in June, is it just solidifies and provides a foundation so we can springboard all of these conversations, whether it's the long-range plan or those water deals.
Thank you. And for that reason and others, I cannot support the delay. Thank you.
Director Miller. Director Miller, you've been very patient. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not on the committee, so I don't deserve to go early. I think we need to make a decision on this at this board meeting. We know that 11% is cast in stone, so to speak, and so we're basically debating 7 or 8%. I have kind of a contrarian view that will not be popular, but I'm concerned that we're not raising it enough to cover what's going to be happening down the road in the future. Pierce just talked about a 15% increase next year. I see what's happened at the Met. All I see is significant rate increases coming from Metropolitan down the road. And I'm concerned that we're not getting ahead of these costs. Having been on the board since 2011, this is my 5th or 6th budget. I think we could have taken a tape on these comments today, on the majority of them, and go back and compare them to every budget cycle we've had for the past 4 or 5 years, and we would have the same comments. Turn over every rock, find every dollar, cut everything we can cut. And now here we sit with low sales and having the same conversation. And I think that we are going to have this conversation next year and the next year and the next year. And the only way we're going to limit those conversations is by addressing this shortage and being what I would call more liberal in the rate increases. If I'm sitting at the kitchen table and I get a 18% increase or a 20% increase, it isn't the 2% that bothers me. It's the cumulative increase that bothers me. But if you tell me that we're going to raise this so that we can mitigate charges next year or the year after, I'm more liable to accept that and live with it, knowing that we're going to make the agency more stable, build up the cash better,
and be prepared for more of these increases we're going to come down the road. A few meetings back, I put a chart up showing the 10-year forecast for Met, and I saw in excess of $2,000 an acre-foot water coming. I'm really concerned that we are, on the one hand, slicing our wrist open, and then on the other hand, we're going to do it again next year until we run out of blood. I think that arguing over or debating over 7 or 8 is basically 1%. 1% on a $5 water bill is a nickel. So if we raise it to 10%, it'd be 15 cents. And I think that getting ahead of these costs and start building our reserves is really important. I think we ought to move forward with this alternate recommendation, and I would encourage us to think more about being proactive on these rates rather than reactive. And I would take the 19% increase with the 18% option on the low CIP. But seeing what I'm seeing at Met, we're going to be dealing with the same problem for the next 10 years. And if we don't get ahead of it, we're going to be getting beat up in the press every single year for the near future, because it's going to be 19 this year, 15 next year. And I appreciate Pierce saying it's going to go down, but from what I see at Met, it's going up. So thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, Marty. Director Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair Rand. I'm also not a member of the committee. A couple of quick comments. I think that, this and earlier, there was discussions about how our drops in demands couldn't have been predicted, but I just want to remind everybody, those drops in demand were predicted many times in this boardroom. So this isn't charted territory. Many people in this room saw this coming. Can we go to slide 24? Here we have in the external cost structures, I would argue that the QSA and DSAL contracts, which were approved and executed by this board, aren't really external cost drivers. Those are internal cost drivers. Sure, those contracts have take-or-pay obligations and fixed components, but they are a byproduct of the actions of this board, and so it's not like Met or detachment. I'm not going to argue that point. And so I think that it's a little disingenuous to claim that these are external costs. There are contracts. On slide 27, I guess I didn't hear it, but we're going to streamline safety compliance. Are we taking PPE away? Or hopefully we're not doing anything for our field people there. Or is that a financial safety compliance?
No, we actually have identified some safety needs. And so if you, in Dan's letter, he has mentioned a need for a safety officer and some needs for services. So that's what that is.
So I was seeing it as a budget mitigation, as in a budget cut. That's what when I looked at the top of the slide. So thank you. Slide 29. I just want to read it again, and I've made this comment before. The use of color for slides is an ADA problem for people who are colorblind. I am not colorblind, but I have a hard time discerning the two different shades of darkish blue. I have a hard time reading these slides, and anybody who's colorblind will not be able to understand what you're conveying. So I encourage staff to find a, pardon me, I got a froggy throat this morning, find a different way to depict complex things like this so that even people who don't have normal color vision can interpret them. On slide 32, the total $101 million budget reduction, correct me if I'm wrong, this is over the term of those notes, or is that in individual years?
Yes, so that is specifically budget reductions, budget savings for those specific years were $101 million. The net present value far exceeds that $101 million.
But all right, so can we go to the next slide then, the 33? Here we have the cost, annual cost, if we get a ratings downgrade at $1.3 million a year, correct? And then this $30 million is over the term of the different maturities that's in the footnote there over some 30-year period, I would imagine. And I know that my colleague Vice Chair Serrano has asked this question in the past. What does it cost us annually to avoid the downgrade, which will cost us $1.3 million? And are those two things in balance? That's we've had this discussion about should we keep these super high things. What is it if the risk is $1.3 million and as a from a budgetary standpoint for a $900 million organization that's not super high, what does it cost us to keep them up to save that 1.3 million?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question, and it's something that we've analyzed. We don't strive for a AAA, we strive for a AA. The credit spreads historically have been more significant than they have during kind of the Great Recession, COVID period, and now that rates have gone up significantly, that spread has increased. So if you were to recalculate this now, the number would be greater. In terms of the costs associated with a AA, we're not even in terms of metrics. We're not AA metrics. We're not single A metrics. And so the proposal that's in front of you, what we're trying to do is really just to right the ship. Our financials, we cannot live with the days of cash that we have. The operational stress that we have in terms of ensuring that we have cash flow to support our $140 million annual debt service, that gives us pause to make sure we have sufficient cash flow and cost recovery. What we're trying to achieve is improve those metrics, whether or not it is a AA or a single A that ultimately gets achieved. We're trying to just have financials that protect this organization moving forward. And we're happy to have that conversation in terms of AA, whether that's still the appropriate target when we reopen the long-range financial plan.
I appreciate that, and you indicated you've done some analysis on it, but I know it's a question that's come up before, is what is the cost, dollar-wise, year to year, of maintaining higher credit ratings? And at some point during this process, I would hope that the staff can share with us what the cost and benefit ratio are, because this agency is a covenant-driven rate increases, and it has been for some time, and so there's an actual real-world cost to ratepayers to maintain high credit ratings. I'm not saying it's the right decision to go down or anywhere else. I just want to know what the relative short-term costs are. Pardon me. Okay, can we go to slide 36?
Director Kennedy, just as an example, we have 2 letter of credit facilities with the commercial paper program. Those are the current fees are based on ratings. So if we were to drop a rating just for those 2 letters of credit, it could go up $1 million, just as an example.
Per year, over the life of the...
Per year.
Yeah. Well, those are those kind of analysis, I think, that, we've kind of talked about it around the edges, about qualitatively what this looks like, but I'd like to see if we can get some sort of quantitative analysis that says that here's what we forecast. On that chart you had on slide 32, apparently isn't super recent, if I understood your comments, but that sort of thing where it says it's going to cost you $1.3 million if a rating goes down.
I mean, we can definitely do the analysis, but it's really a point in time, because it's based on all the refundings that we hope to get. We want to I can tell you that those refunding savings right there would all have a haircut if we had a lower rating.
Well, I'm confident that you'll be able to demonstrate the right path for the board. It's just that we've been asking for that and haven't quite got it. So 36, we're forecasting $265 million in issuances of debt. I presume that's what that last bullet on the left says. And is that solely for CIP, or is some of that to support RSF?
That is solely for the capital program.
So that'll also be tied to the 3-year spend. It has to be spent in 3 years.
Yeah, and that's how it was sized based on the moderate risk CIP.
Yeah, we can't issue debt to fund the RSF.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people do things to move funds around, and you get debt here, and you're able to save some pay-go, and that, things get moved around sometimes. So I just making sure. So on the other debt charts that were shown, that show the gradual reduction, this is not refunding something else and replacing, but it'll be another one of those upticks.
It would be a new money issue.
A new issuance on top of that.
Which was planned, is just being accelerated.
But when we see these, like the chart I had, the problematic colorblind chart, that isn't shown in there. It just shows the current stuff. Or is it somewhere tucked in there in one of those things?
Yeah,
it's just almost impossible.
It was the top orange one, the little top.
That shows up 2 years in, or I think that was 29 was the slide.
Yeah, so it's the top bar.
Okay.
Yeah. So the one that comes in 2026. The mustard dark yellow.
The dark yellow, not the light yellow. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Director McMillan.
Thank you. Not a member of your committee, but thank you, Chair. Just some comments. Helix had an in-depth discussion about this last night, and I would say some ideas. On our 218 prop, we have a placeholder, so those things don't affect our timing. Director Kennedy went over many of the questions I had. We have been asking for the cost versus the risk. I mean, you go through all the bad things that we're doing, and then I look up there and I do note that we have a AAA rating, I mean, so I'm, where are we? And I like
We have a split rating. We have a split rating. It's only AAA with Standard & Poor's.
Oh, okay.
It's AA with the other two.
AA. And the cost analysis is of interest. And where are you on lines of credit, or do you just consider commercial paper? I mean, there's this cash flow sensitivities that Dan meant, and one of the directors asked about us floating some purchase of water. Do we ever look at letters of credit or not, or you just do commercial paper for that?
We just do commercial paper for that.
Okay. And again, we understand the city sensitivity, but I was impressed with the detail and the percents and the numbers, and they're there, I mean, there's the 4%. The one number that we haven't talked about too much, I think, is that over 3 years, I keep hearing there's a 37 to 39% increase. And so that's probably something that has to be in the back of your mind. And the other one is, yes, if you delay collecting for 6 months increases, your rates are going to be higher. I mean, you have to make up that lost revenue for 6 months. Thank you.
Chair Serrano.
Thank you. Also, not a member of this committee, but appreciate the opportunity to speak and to hear this discussion today. I want to start by thanking the Water Authority's finance staff for all of their hard work in putting this together over the last number of months. I also want to thank them for meeting with the city. They had a productive meeting with the city just this past Friday, which was productive and solution-oriented. So I want to thank them for doing that. I also want to expressly thank our general manager for his openness and availability to the city to have these conversations. And a special shout out to my colleague, Director Abdullahi, for all of her leadership on this committee. So thank you very much. I want to acknowledge that this is a really frustrating place for me to be in, again, as a board member. It's kind of reminiscent of European vacation, where it's Big Ben and Parliament. We just kind of end up in this endless roundabout where we, as my colleague Director Miller said, we have these presentations, we have that are brought to us about the financial condition of the Water Authority and what we need to do and the rate increases that we need to approve. And balancing that fiduciary responsibility of this agency with that of our responsibility also to the public, not just in providing safe and clean water, but also in being good stewards of their money and recognizing that cost of living for them is particularly high right now. I'll tell you that is a sentiment that is shared by our mayor at the City of San Diego, as well as members of our City Council. And so what this really comes down to for me is, and I've said this before, every time that we've had a rate increase that's brought before us, I've asked the question about, have we done everything? Have we done everything possible before we go to the public and ask them to pay more, particularly at the amount that we're talking about today? Have we done everything? Based off the meeting that the Water Authority staff had with the city this past Friday, I believe that there's more that we can do, and I believe that there's more that we should do, or at least evaluate. So I don't believe that we have an affirmative answer to that question yet. And so the city believes that more can be done to potentially bring down rate increases, and that there is potential opportunity for the City of San Diego specifically to be able to assist this agency with its cash flow issue in the immediate. The problem is that we don't have time for those conversations to occur. And so we would ask, that is the thought behind the motion today, which is that we would want to be able to explore those opportunities, but we want to be able to have time to do that. And so the city, again, feels like it can be helpful with being able to provide some sort of cash flow to the agency to get through this tough period and see what that does to a potential rate increase, not only just to the benefit of the city's residents, but also to the regions. That is the nature of the motion that Director Abdullahi has put forward today. We recognize that there are external factors that are incorporated into this rate increase, and that is, again, the spirit of what is in the motion today. From the MET pass-through and detachment, I won't go there, but I think we appreciate the staff's inclusion of the alternative recommendation because it allows us more time for us to be able to see what can be done to bring this down. I would note the last time that we had this presentation, the recommendation was a 20% increase. We are now at an 18 and 19. So, the notion that it could go up over the next period of time isn't really substantiated based off what we've seen right now. I understand the concern about, delaying this. I will be very clear and add into the record so that it's known to either the credit agencies or whoever else is listening. The city acknowledges that a rate increase is going to be necessary this year. That's not what we are trying to say. We're not trying to say that we're not going to have to do something to make sure that this organization is able to pay its bills. We recognize that, but we do need to minimize the impact to the ratepayer, and that is what we are trying to achieve, and that is what I believe all of your agencies would try to achieve in this time. I just believe that the extra time that we are asking for will allow us to do that due diligence to be able to effectively answer that question. Have we done everything? And if the answer comes back as yes, we've done everything, we've had the conversations, and this is what it is, then that's what we're going to have to do to sustain this agency. But what I will say in closing is what I've always said. This cannot continue. The continued rate increases, we have to do something different. More has to be done. And so I acknowledge and appreciate Director Myers' comments about, being able to let finance staff be able to do that work. I believe that they can. And I think I look forward to the day when we can have those conversations about what we are going to do going forward to make sure that this agency has what it needs, but it doesn't include consistent rate increases. So thank you very much. I thank my colleague again, Director Abdullahi, and the city is supportive of the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Director Ray.
So, Director Serrano, I am a member of this committee, and you're asking me to make a decision about putting off a rate increase, but I know nothing about what you mentioned about talks with the city and things like that. Director Abdullahi mentioned the city paying their fixed costs in advance. I may be open to solutions, but I'm kind of in the dark here. So how do you expect me to support something that I know nothing about? And if the city wants to help with the cash flow, I'm assuming by paying their fixed costs in advance. I'm also assuming they don't want to do that out of the kindness of their heart, and they're looking for something in return. So if you want this committee to support this alternative, I have to know more information. I can't be in the dark, and I can assure you that putting off a rate increase will result in a higher rate increase in the future. We put off a rate increase last year, a certain percentage, and this is a repercussion. We have a higher rate increase this year. We have costs that have to be covered by revenue, and if we have a shorter time period in order to collect that revenue to cover those costs, it means that we have to have a higher rate increase to collect more revenue in that shorter time period. But again, I'm open to hear, but I'm just in the dark, and I can't support something that I have no information on.
Okay, Director Leahy.
Thank you. I am also not on this committee, so I do appreciate the opportunity to speak. I do have some other questions, but in the acknowledging the time, and probably other people need to use the restroom and things like that. I will be brief as possible. I do appreciate Director Abdullahi's comments, and I do take those things into consideration. I do want to address that while it may not impact, and delaying this may not impact the Water Authority or the city, there are member agencies in this room who are saying that this delay will impact them. There is a difference for agencies adopting their rates via resolution or via ordinance. An ordinance takes much longer, and the city of Oceanside does adopt via ordinance, requires a 20 or 45-day 218 notice. I have to do 2 separate readings, meaning I need to go to council twice, and then it requires a 30-day waiting period before that ordinance becomes implemented. So delaying these types of things, if there are organizations within this room that adopt via ordinance, it does financially impact them, and I cannot support impacting one of our neighbors and one of our other member agencies by delaying that. Additionally, all of the member agencies typically follow a fiscal year policy that we are now adopting budgets. My draft budget is done based on what the assumed Water Authority rates might be. And as Director Ray had said, that she's guessing in her budget. My budget goes to approval to my city council next month, including what I assume my water charges are going to be. If we change that, if we don't approve that, if my budget could be off and now I'm having to go back to council, I'm going to have to go back and ask for additional appropriations and do additional work because we are delaying the process here. I think that looking at, we know what the concerns are today. I do appreciate Pierce. I gave him a thumbs up as he said it because I was literally writing it down as he was saying it. I'd like to potentially consider, and I'm going to call this a recommendation, Team Abdullahi recommendation, of melding the two, of moving forward with what we know today and then continuing that conversation. I do 100%, I've said at every meeting, think that we have room for improvements. I think that we have room for more cuts. I do think we have the ability to find other areas where we can improve. And as Director Ray had also said earlier, you're just on fire today, apparently. Let's give Dan the tools and the time to make those changes and find that room. He has done an amazing job in the last 9 months. He's done things that we have never thought that could be possible. So we need to continue to support him and support this organization with those tools. We don't know what might happen in the next 2 months. We know what's going to happen today. There could be another flood within your service area. There could be a pier fire. There could be something that impacts the Water Authority financially that we don't know is going to happen in the next 3 months. And that is going to impact our decision then. We know what the impacts are today. We need to move forward, and then we can always adjust. If the water transfer deal comes in, we can then, this board can decide, do we lower the rates? Do we move that money into rate stabilization? What do we do to move forward with that at that time? But I cannot support delaying that decision until another day. I agree also, again, man, it's almost like we carpooled down here today or something. Agree with needing to know more about the advanced pay from the city and the financial support potentially or cash funding of that. I would also have concerns that the city's recommendation to delay this decision would also potentially impact them by providing funding to this organization and whether or not there's a conflict in that decision. So I'd need to know more from our general counsel on that and what this potential plan would be if we were to move forward with something like that. That's a big concern of mine. But we need to not continue to financially strain this organization. The reason the rates are this high is because we have, and I will say this as respectfully as I possibly can, arbitrarily picked rates that are politically digestible to advertise and to give back to our customers. And I say this knowing that Oceanside has a very large disadvantaged community population, and we have a lot of customers who are unable to afford our water rates. But we need to remember that as our customers are unable to afford and unable to pay, that will be still less revenue to this organization if our customers go away. as well. So there is a balance. We do need to make cuts. We do need to make sure water affordability is a serious at the front of our minds. But I think we also need to not continue to financially strain this organization. Thank you.
Before I call on a speaker, I'm not sure what year it was, but I do remember, and maybe somebody can help me, was that the Water Authority adopted rates and its normal schedule, but then because Metropolitan continued to consider an adjustment to its rate schedule, and I believe we came back in July or August of that same year and adjusted our rate increase based upon the fact that Met didn't raise its rates as high as originally decided upon. So there's precedent for coming back mid-year and going, hey, we don't need this, we got this. And so I just remember that. And it's been 4 or 5 years ago, I would imagine. Maybe, I'm sure our rate expert probably remembers that exactly. Okay, Director Scalzetti.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm not a member of your committee, but thank you for the opportunity to have time on the mic. I did want to thank the certain directors from the city that I've been leaning on to try to get a temperature out of where they're at so we can all kind of plan and bring it back to our agencies to figure out how we're all going to kind of adjust. And if we do decide as a board to take the alternative recommendation, and I would hope that we came back with a plan, and if we're going for a better look, but a plan for next year as well that could be kind of packaged together, because we're going to be in that same spot once this gets all wrapped up. 3 months later down the road, we're going to be in the same room doing the same thing again. So I really like to see, if we are going to do the alternative recommendation, that we do take a better look at a plan that kind of wraps both of them together. Like I said, it's just we keep doing this for months and months, and then if we're going to kick it down the road, it's going to be months and months again. But I appreciate the transparency from the city, at least giving as much temperature as they can. I've been leaning on pretty heavily, so thank you for that. But what I do want to do is I want to request a perspective from one of our senior board members and our chair of A&F, who's been in a lot of these subcommittees and really knows the ins and outs and some of the bones of, what he thinks on, is there any more insight on cost savings and what that really looks to our credit agencies. Mr. Arant, I mean, you've been there. You don't really get to speak your mind and all that, being the chair. And I do. I think we need to hear from you. I mean, I appreciate it.
Let's face it. You can always cut. You can cut staff. You can cut inspections. You can cut buying vehicles. You can always make those decisions. My experience is that you pay later, and typically at a higher cost. The question is, what cuts or reductions still leave you in a position to do your core function? And I've used this analogy many times. I'll use it again because I know it now, is that I can make a decision within my distribution system not to replace a pipeline. If it blows up, I maybe have 100 customers out of water for 8 to 10 hours, and we fix the pipe and we move on. The Water Authority is a different issue. The Water Authority has a massive importation system, storage treatment system, that if it fails for thousands of people, communities, whole communities perhaps. So we have to be really careful about when we look at cuts. Are they prudent cuts? Do they still allow us to operate efficiently, effectively, and safely? That's the bottom line. So that's what I have to say. Thank you. Thanks for asking. Director Medaffer.
Well, I just want to start by saying there's no question we're going to be seeing a significant rate increase of some kind. I think we all recognize that, and I think the chair just mentioned, you either pay me now or you're going to pay more later. And I think, as we heard, that's exactly what happened last year. Kind of deferred things, and chickens have come home to roost. Mr. Hilliker. No pun intended. You know, I also appreciate hearing the ramifications from the various agencies as to the impacts that a delay happens, you know, the timing that it takes to get an ordinance approved for rate increase. But I also want to reiterate the comments made by our Vice Chair Serrano that perhaps a little bit more time to work through things will be a benefit. I don't think I heard him say there's not going to be a rate increase. I don't think I heard him say any number. I don't think I heard him say it's going to be single digits like we were talking last year. So keep that in mind. And as we also heard from our chair, Arant, the idea of a delay is nothing new. We have seen this happen before.
No, what I meant was we adopted rates based upon what input we had, and we moved forward, and then Met changed its rate structure. And my point was you are able to come back mid-year and make an adjustment based upon inputs from the outside world. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's what I'm getting to. I do think we need to approve something today. Whether or not it's the full boat or we do as we heard we had to come back later in the year previously and make changes. And I appreciate Director Ray's comments regarding wanting more details on the cash flow issues. You know, the problem is those details don't really exist yet because the City of San Diego and the Water Authority just met last Friday, I think, and just started talking about this. And what are we talking about? We're probably talking, I don't know, $40 million, $80 million. I don't know what the number is. I think they need to work it out. What's the cost? It's probably just interest, you know, simple interest. I don't think that would be anything different than that. But I think the additional time that the City 10 and the city would be asking for is to give Dan and his team additional time to further refine the rate increase. So maybe there's a compromise, and I'm just going to throw this out. We've talked, the motion on the floor is the Met pass-through, but, you know, of what, 4%. But maybe we add on some additional, perhaps the 3%, that's, I think, the number being used for detachment. You know, maybe get upwards of 9%, you know, that's at 7, but maybe get upwards of 9 today, so at least that could be done, and then come back. So I'm just throwing that out as an idea in listening to everybody, so we could at least try to, I hate to use the word split the baby, but you know what I'm saying, try to do something today, and then give Denham and team the opportunity to come back at the August meeting as the city is requesting. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not a member of the committee, but I wanted to offer those comments.
Sir.
Thank you. Question for Pierce. Can you provide clarification as the time sensitivity with regards to meeting with rating agencies and have that discussion and how this may impact that?
So as General Manager Denham mentioned, we would want to have a conversation with the rating agencies right away to talk about the accelerated debt that's planned, where our updated financials are, because, you know, when S&P wrote, you know, maintain rate stabilization levels, that's back when we had 90 million. We have 75 million now, and come June, we're expecting a $25 to $30 million draw. The financial conditions have certainly changed. Any delay, I think, gives pause and puts the spotlight on the ability to raise rates and see, you know, the conversation that's being had for an 18 or a 19% increase, and understand that that conversation next year is looking to be repeated with 15%. So, you know, in terms of that, I think the scrutiny will be more just the fact that it's a change. And when Director Kennedy mentions, you know, that the costs of our ratings, part of what supports our ratings, and this is mentioned in the rating reports, is strong management, adherence to policies and procedures. And so a break from that with our reserves where they are, there's really nothing to hang their hats on to support those ratings. And I think a rating review would be imminent.
Okay, thank you. And just to reiterate, if if we were to go forward and approve in June, and there were some changes based on discussions with the city or other changes, we could still come back and make a decision to reduce that rate.
Absolutely.
At that point. Thank you.
Chair Katz. Chair Katz.
Thank you. I am on the committee and appreciate the opportunity to speak. I seconded the motion, and I've really appreciated all the conversations today. And I still stand with the second to this motion. I don't see, I appreciate the different agencies and what they have talked about as far as an inconvenience of putting this off and the 218, et cetera. And I appreciate what Pierce has said, that we can come back in 2 months or 3 months or 4 months and change the rates if things happen differently. To me, if we put this off 2 months, it gives Dan and his senior management and our finance team the initiative to work with some solutions and try to lower these rates. If we go forward with the other alternative today, the ratepayers throughout this region are going to see that we're going to be upping our rates this year 18 to 20%. If we take this alternative motion today, the headline is going to be, and the ratepayers are going to feel that we are working to try to lower these rates and not have this type of impact. And I don't see any down in giving this a 2-month delay and still coming up with alternatives that we can have to lower these rates. Rates are going to go into effect, and rate increases are going to go into effect January 1st. They're going to go into effect what we pass in June or what we pass in August. And it will still happen on January 1st. And I just don't see the downfall in waiting 2 months and giving Dan and our financial team chances to come up with alternatives to lower these rates. And Director Myers, I really appreciate what you said, that we spend so much time looking at the budget and going over every detail, and it takes our eye off the ball on other things. I see this 2 months being spent on big picture items, and big picture items that can really affect the rates. And therefore, I still support my second on this motion. I appreciate this motion, and I really urge this committee to give Dan and the financial team 2 months to come up with big solutions that could affect this rate. Thank you.
Hogan.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, and I appreciate the comments. I think Chair Katz said that the rates will go up in January. My concern is I've got to collect that funds to pay the bill in January. And if you delay and I'm unable to do that, then you're costing me money until I'm able to implement that. 30 days or whatever it is, that's cost to my district and my ratepayers because of that delay. So I just want to highlight that. Thank you.
Director Hilliker. Secretary Hilliker, sorry.
It's fine. Thank you very much. Just in what Chair Katz was saying, you know, if there are no big solutions and we come out empty, what's next?
Nick, are you back up? Yes.
Yeah, I just, after hearing my colleague Director Medaffer's comments, yes, I mean, I understand 1,000% with respect, Director Ray. I understand how The suggestion from the city today is obviously brought up in this boardroom, and that's precisely why the request is what the request is, giving us the opportunity to see what may be possible. And we make that suggestion with the acknowledgement that, at least for the time that I've been here, a rate increase is a rather permanent exercise. I haven't been here where we've been able to come back and lower rates since the time. I've never seen that happen. And so forgive me if I don't feel like that's actually going to be a feasible outcome of this process, given the data that we have, given the way that costs for everything are increasing. So I understand that it could be in the realm of possible, but with the decision that's in front of us today, I think it would behoove all of us that before we ask ratepayers to pay this amount at this point, we have explored every solution and we can affirmatively tell them that. And so that is what the city is requesting. We absolutely will provide the committee and Water Authority staff with more details. But as I've told the general manager, really time is not on our side on this one. We can make it on our side by giving us some more room to figure out what can be done. But I would just rather not impose a 18 to 19% rate increase if we don't have to. And I think it is in that vein that we should explore this potential solution. The city wants to come to the table again with authority staff to explore this solution, to be able to provide that as an option for the region to consider. So it is in that vein that we are requesting it. And again, I would respectfully request your support for the motion on the floor.
Dr. Ray.
Sorry, I have a lot of questions. So correct me if I'm wrong, but we're not voting on a rate increase today. So we have another 30 days until we're voting on a rate increase. This is basically the discussion, and the staff is still going to put on the June agenda to do a rate increase. So correct? Unless we adopt this.
That's correct.
Or approve this alternative. And so so the city has between now and June to have those discussions and to possibly come back with the staff to come back with a plan, an alternative to a rate increase. So can we just table this until June, and then this could be what happens in June? Why can't we table it? Why do we have to either go for this or go for a rate increase?
If I can, I mean, I think the staff recommendation is to also provide direction on which one that we want to pursue. Okay. And I think the feedback that we've gotten is that they want to start working on, embedding these numbers to bring something forward. So I think our concern is that if this committee provides direction on the alternative that they want to pursue, the ball's already rolling at that point.
Chair, we also have to take action on calling for a public hearing. Right. So this is to call for 2 public hearings instead of 1, but we have to take action today to call for a public hearing in June to pass on the MET increases and pass on our own increases, or we can bifurcate it, which we're calling for, to do one in June and another one in August.
Well, can't you just still call for, I do this at my work, at my own district. Can't we just call for a public hearing on the worst case scenario, and then we have these, and then we decide whether or not we're just going to pass through only the metropolitan increases and not do our own rate increase in June? I mean, why would there be necessity for 2 public hearings? What am I missing?
Well, your point is that we could have a public hearing in June, pass through the MET rate increases, but also decide to schedule yet another public hearing in August to defer action on the broader rate increase. I mean, I think that's what I'm hearing you say.
No. As an example, I sent out a Prop 218 notice, and I put my worst case scenario is that the rate increase could be this percentage. Now, when I have my public hearing in June, I have, if the Water Authority decides to only pass through the MET increases, I can reduce that rate increase to a different amount. So if the Water Authority schedules a public hearing after that public hearing and at the June meeting, the Water Authority can either decide to do a rate increase or or just pass through the metropolitan fees at that time. It doesn't require.
And then schedule another hearing to look at the balance of the rate increase. That's what I said.
Okay.
Okay. We have one last speaker. Director Hurst, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not even sure that it takes a second hearing. If we were, for instance, to follow Director Miller's advice and in June adopt a 19% increase, we can simply, at any point in the future, as I understand it, simply decide not to implement that full increase. It doesn't even take a second hearing. Thank you.
Okay. Unfortunately, we have no more speakers. We do have a motion and a second, and I'd like some input from our general manager.
Yeah, so you all see the alternative recommendation on the screen from Director Abdullahi, seconded by Chair Katz. I'd like to add the following sentence to the end of this so everyone knows what they're voting on. And Director Abdullahi, please let me know if I got it right. The General Manager is directed to continue to work with member agencies on additional rate mitigation strategies and provide progress reports to the Board in June and July.
And that's a staff recommendation?
That's the alternative.
Okay.
Recommend on the floor.
Clarified. Okay. Okay, so we have.
Chair Ramp,
No.
Vice Chair Abdullahi,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hogan,
No.
Directors Acosta,
Yes.
Bays,
No.
Hilliker,
No.
Hurst,
Nay.
Katz,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Ray,
No.
Simpson, Vespias, Wiley, Yamani, absent. Chair Ramp, the alternate recommendation does not pass.
Okay, we're not leaving here till we have a recommendation. So, because here's the scenario. This goes to the full board. This shows up on the consent calendar. Somebody pulls it off, reverses that vote, but the board cannot then reconsider that issue until the next board meeting. So essentially, the issue has been put off to June, and we can't do anything. So we're going to stick here. Do you have an alternative motion, perhaps, that might have some hope of passage? Yes.
Yes, I would like to move that we adopt the original staff recommendation. Excuse me. I would like to move that we adopt the original staff recommendation with one change. I would like to adopt alternate 8, which is a 19% increase, which we don't have to implement, as opposed to the alternative 9, which is the 18% increase. Thank you.
So I would just say that we are voting on setting the public hearing, not the rate itself. So that's the caveat here.
Well, it's just
But the hearing is about what are we going to hear, right?
Yeah, and we've asked. I think staff, in fairness to staff, is to what alternative do we think we can approve? So
Yeah.
we have a motion by Director Hurst. Do I have a second?
I'm sorry.
Do I have a second on that motion? I'll second it. Okay.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. You want to repeat the motion?
Who seconded?
Please.
Oops. Yeah. Director Ray has a question first about what I was.
You had mentioned before to also let the general manager and the city still continue their talks. So did you want to include that in the motion? Or?
I take it as a given that they will, in fact, continue the talks, whether it's in the motion or not. Okay. So, no, my motion is very as simple as I can make it. I want to provide direction for alternative 8, the low risk CIP investment, to be considered at the public hearing in June.
So let me clarify, you're not giving specific direction to staff to continue to work with the city to come up with alternatives. I think given the conversation, the discussion in the room, I think that's kind of an important aspect of this. And you said 8, which was the 19% increase?
Yes, that's correct. As I said, I take it as a given that the discussions will continue. I don't think that it's necessary to put it in the motion, but if somebody else thinks it's necessary, I have no objection.
I think it's necessary for me to sustain my second. So the motion would be to have the hearing in June. The focus is on option 8, which would be a 19% rate increase. That's correct. But specific direction to staff to continue to work with the city on our other agencies on alternatives and ways to further I have to go because I'll forget what I'm going to say. Other agencies to mitigate the potential rate increase. Is that fair? Okay. We have no speakers. We have a motion and a second. Let's have a roll call.
Chair Ramp,
Yes.
Vice Chair Abdullahi,
No.
Vice Chair Hogan,
Yes.
Directors Acosta,
Yes.
Bays,
Yes.
Hilliker, Hurst,
Aye.
Katz,
No.
Myers,
No.
Ray,
Yes.
Simpson, absent, let's speak, Wiley, Chair Rant, the amended motion recommendation passes.
Okay, thank you. But we're still in the same jackpot. When we go to the full board meeting, the city could still pull the item off and revote on it in the city in the weighted vote environment, and there we have it. We'll have no action, and we're in limbo. So, great discussion, lots of great input, different points of view, and we're going to move on to the next item. Thank you.
I want 9.
Okay, good morning. We're going to move to the last item.
I think we'll offer to waive the presentation.
Okay. Basically, we have a letter of credit facility that's expiring. We did go to bid. We got a really good bid. And so we're asking for a renewal of the letter of credit facility so we can continue to maintain our commercial paper program. So if you can go to the recommendation. So the day's action is to adopt Resolution 2024, authorizing the issuance and sale of a short-term revenue certificates and essentially approving Bank of America as liquidity facility for Series 11. That is the recommendation.
Move approval. Motion by Hurst, second by Hurst. Who moved? Bays. Motion second. Please call roll.
Chair Rant,
Yes.
Vice Chair Abdullahi,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hogan,
Yes.
Directors Acosta,
Yes.
Bays,
Yes.
Hilliker, Hurst,
Aye.
Katz,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
Wiley. Chair Rant, the item passes.
Thank you very much. There's a couple of information items. Controller's report on page 178, the board calendar on 188, and we'll now move into closed session.
We've emerged from closed session with nothing to report.
Okay, everyone, so we are going to skip imported water. Vice Chair Myers, is there anything that you wanted to say as we skip that and go straight into E&O and 5?
Other than I was looking forward to it. But I understand. I actually kind of made what I thought was a joke that with A&F coming up, I wonder if I was even going to make it to lunch, but apparently not. So anyway, maybe next time.
All right.
So vote the right way next time.
E&O and 5.
Morning, everybody. Please take a seat, and we'll try to move through this swiftly. I'd like to call to order the May 2024 meeting of the Water Authority's Board of Engineering and Operations Committee. We're meeting in person with one board member participating remotely. General Counsel Edwards will make that announcement.
Yes, Director Miller meets the requirements for participating remotely. He's posted the agenda at his location, and his location is open to the public.
Thank you for that. As we discuss items on the agenda today, we'll be calling on directors who push their speaker button. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state your points so everybody has a chance to speak, so then we can move on through our agenda quickly. Arlene, could we get a roll call, please?
Chair Scalzetti?
Here.
Vice Chair Ellithorpe?
Here.
Vice Chair Macedo?
Here.
Directors Abdullahi?
Here.
Arant?
Yes. Here.
Bukowicz?
Here.
Castaneda?
Here.
Supervisor Desmond? Fong Sakai? McMillan?
Yes.
Miller?
Here.
Quaylen? Smith?
Here.
Chair Scalzetti, you have the form.
Thank you for that. Additions to agenda. Do we have any additions to our agenda today?
We do not. No.
No? Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to our public comments section. Is there any members of the public who wish to address the committee on items contained in this agenda?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. And I see none.
Okay. Everybody's hungry today. I'm pleased to announce the Water Authority received a Project Achievement Award in the category of public works greater than $15 million for the Missing Trails Flow Regulatory Structure 2 and Flow Control Facility from the San Diego Chapter of Construction Management Association of America. And congratulations to our project team. We have a nice trophy up here. I won't be able to take it home, but appreciate our team always making us look good out there. Okay.
Arlene, I believe that we may have a public comment.
Yes.
That just went up.
Yes. So we have Dave. Hi, Dave. You have.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. We can hear you.
Great.
So
I'm calling in today on behalf of the Western Electrical Contractors Association. We have a state-approved apprenticeship program, and none of our apprentices can work under the project labor agreement that you guys passed. And the reason I'm calling in is because you guys today awarded, or you're about to award, one of the first contracts under the PLA. And there's only two bidders. It's the JF Shea item there. But the two bidders, one of the bidders is way above the other. And this is exactly what we warned would happen when you pass this project labor agreement. It discriminates against over 90% of the construction market. And so, of course, you're only getting one or two bids. And honestly, when you take a look at these two bids, one looks like a legitimate bid and the other bid looks like a bid that was put in very high just to say that you didn't only have one bid, frankly. And when you drill into, earlier people were saying that, more must be done to make cuts here. We have room for more cuts. Have we done enough to make cuts? Have we done everything to cut costs? And one of the reasons you're asking that is because you have not. This project labor agreement, you're limiting 90% of the market to not be able to bid on your projects. And why are you doing this? Because of some fake minority participation goal or some fake women goal in construction? If you drill into this first project labor agreement project, the minority of women-owned business participation is 0%. 0%. So you're basically raising your cost 15%, 10%. I mean, at Riverside Community College, their first project was $30 million over what the estimate was. At the city of San Diego, it cost them $150,000 a year just to administer the project labor agreement. And for what? For 0% minority and women-owned participation. I mean, when you're talking about have you made all the cuts that needed, I don't believe you have. And one of the reasons
Excuse me,
you
Dave,
have to
you
raise.
have 30 seconds left. Please wrap up your comments.
Sure. And, you ask yourself, why are these project labor agreements being put on these projects? It's because it is a way to pay off political donors who contribute to elected officials' campaigns. Otherwise, there's no reason to do it. You can see that the minority and women-owned participation rate is not the reason to do it because it's at 0%. Thank you.
And thank you for your comments. We always welcome public comments. Okay, moving on to our chair's report, which I just gave about our Project Achievement Award. And just one more time, I appreciate our team's effort on that. Also, there's some other good news. 3 staff members from the Operations and Maintenance Department completed this year's annual Maintenance Superintendent Association and Public Works Association and San Diego Chapter Equipment Show and Rodeo competition this past April at our very own Harry Griffin Park. Bobby Bond, Frank Vargas, and Evan Moreno complete this year, and the team won overall event again with the lowest combined time of all competitions. Our backhoe excavator skills, sign assembly, and wheelbarrow obstacle endurance was won by our team. So congratulations to our team again. Thank you so much. Can we get a round of applause for our staff? Okay, moving on to our director's comments. Do we have any comments from our chairs, vice chairs?
No comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. How about our consent agenda? We have nothing on our consent items today. We do have an action item and discussion presentation. The first item is the construction of the contract with the J.F. Shea Construction, Inc. for the Pipeline 5 Relining San Luis Rey Canyon project. And Jason Gornall will provide this presentation. Good afternoon. Or almost. Yeah. Here we are.
Good afternoon, Chair Scalzetti, members of the committee. My name is Jason Gornall, Engineering Manager in the Engineering Department. I'm here today to recommend award of a construction contract for the Pipeline 5 Relining San Luis Rey Canyon project. This item can be found on page 195 of your board packet. The project is located in northern San Diego County near the intersection of Interstate 15 and State Route 76, as shown on the figure on your left. The limits of the pipeline relining, shown in orange on the figure on your right, traverse the San Luis Rey Canyon, straddling a segment of pipe previously relined with the construction of SR 76. The project is recommended will reline approximately 9,000 feet of Pipeline 5, a 96-inch pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe constructed in the early 1980s. The project also includes an isolation vault, not included in staff's recommendation, which I'll speak to in more detail shortly. The work will occur during one aqueduct shutdown, starting in the fall of this year and ending in the spring of 2025. For those of you not familiar with the pipeline relining process, this short animation highlights its key components. The first step in the process is to create an access portal over the existing pipeline by excavating directly over the pipe. Depending on the location, the excavation may need to be shored. Next, 2 sections of PCCP are removed and a support trough is installed at the bottom of the excavation to facilitate liner installation. Steel liners are inserted into the existing pipeline using specialized equipment. Pipe sticks are installed one after another along the limits of the project. Once installed, the liner joints are welded together to form a single continuous pipe liner that is then grouted into place and lined with cement mortar. This process continues until reaching the portal excavation, where a new steel pipe segment is installed, welded, and encased in concrete. Lastly, the access portal is backfilled and the area is restored to its pre-construction condition. The project work was divided into a base bid schedule and 2 additive bid schedules. All of the relining work is represented here on this slide. Also represented in this figure, protruding vertically from the pipe, are the recorded PCCP wire breaks that have occurred over time. As you can see, the north and south reaches have a fair number of recent wire break activity, indicating an increasing probability of pipeline failure. The base bid is comprised of approximately 6,500 linear feet of pipeline relining identified on this rendering as north reach and south reach. The base bid also includes isolation bulkheads and other ancillary work. Additive bid 1 includes an additional 2,500 linear feet of pipeline relining in the San Luis Rey Canyon, identified on this figure as middle reach. Additive bid 2 work, located approximately 2 miles north of the pipeline relining, includes a concrete isolation vault and mechanical piping to isolate pipeline 5 for this and future projects. The isolation vault design offers a number of advantages over the more traditional welded steel bulkheads, including reusable components and the ability to isolate the pipeline more quickly. To maintain the approved appropriation of approximately $184 million, additive bid 2 is not recommended to be included in the award of this contract. However, this work will be considered for future Pipeline 5 relining projects. Staff advertised a notice inviting bids in March 2024 and conducted a pre-bid meeting and 2 site visits. The Water Authority received 2 bids in April from J.F. Shea Construction and Michaels Trenchless. Staff performed a review of J.F. Shea's base bid, compared it to the cost estimate, and found that they included all work items and met the contract requirements. Staff also reviewed J.F. Shea's additive bids compared to the estimate and determined that J.F. Shea included all additive bid items. To take advantage of cost efficiencies related to performing additional relining in the immediate vicinity, staff's recommendation includes additive bid 1. Based on this review, J.F. Shea Construction is the lowest, responsive, and responsible bidder. Therefore, staff's recommendation is to authorize the general manager to award a construction contract to J.F. Shea Construction in the amount just under $48 million for the Pipeline 5 relining San Luis Rey Canyon project. Following approval, construction is expected to start this fall and complete by the summer of 2025. This concludes my presentation.
And thank you for your presentation today. I'll open up for some comments. Mr. Arant?
Yes, I move staff recommendation.
Director Leahy?
Thank you. I'm not on this committee. Did you want to see if others wanted to speak first? Were there others that wanted to speak first, or?
You're up in the queue.
Okay. All right. Well, sorry. Sorry again, everyone. I did have a quick question on the contingency process for the capital projects. So maybe you can just let me know how do change orders get approved through the process? I see that on page 200 of the packet, there's a change order allowance of 5%, which if all of that was approved, the whole project is a bit over $50 million. So that's not part of the request today, or what is the policy for change order approval?
So the change order, we include an allowance in the overall budget of the project, but for change order approval, we have, based on the award of the contract, we have up to $500,000 that's within the GM's authority to approve change orders. Then we would be coming back to the board to accept those change orders and then approve. It resets the signature authority on those change orders. So that's per the administrative code that allows the general manager to approve change orders up to 10% of the value of the contract or up to $500,000.
Is that per change order, or is it
cumulative amount?
Okay, so correct. Once you guys hit 500,000, you'd have to come back.
Correct.
To get up to that $2.4 million.
Yes,
total allowance.
And the 2.4 is just for budgeting purposes, based on the project itself and the risks that may be encountered. However, we would be coming back to the board with updates.
Just insight on what Oceanside does, it just makes it a little easier, and it's difficult to get back on the board agenda and can sometimes slow down a project. So we will often approve the contract and then request for authorization for staff to approve change orders up to that certain percentage, which we do 10%. You could even do the 5%, but that might, again, in the future, help with the transparency for the board to know what the total contract value might be, but then also help you expedite change orders. So I would be open to seeing that in the future. Thank you.
Director Steiner, it's nice to hear you today.
Nice to be called on and not skipped. Thank you for doing that. I just have a couple of general questions. Number one, I'm looking at your cost estimates and the actual bids that came in, and the bids from Shea certainly are within the estimates, correct? I mean, it looks clearly within the estimates.
That's correct.
And then the end bids by the other, by Michaels also came in that way. This isn't the first contract you've put out for relining, right?
That's correct.
All right. And was this contract in any way different than the one you've done over the years to put it out and have it bid on and get bids back? Other than the additive portions?
No, the scope of this relining is very similar to previous relining projects.
And was the response similar to what you've had in the past?
Compared to the last reline, we do have a lower number of bidders.
Okay. And this is a bit of a specialized thing to do the relining?
It is, yes. As I mentioned in the presentation, it requires specialized equipment to install these steel liners.
Very interesting equipment, and we'll be seeing more of that equipment soon. And the last thing I wanted to ask is, you did additive bids here. The additive bid one that we're voting on, included here, is for relining. The other additive bid looked like more specialized. Why were there the three bids? Why wouldn't it only be done in one bid or two bids, all relining, and then the specialized thing?
We evaluated the work and identified opportunities to create smaller bid packages to fit within the budget of the project. With cost uncertainty, inflation, some of those factors, cost estimates have had varying levels of success, and so we wanted to make sure that we were able to present a project that was both viable from a construction perspective and also a budget perspective.
That makes sense, so thank you. Thank you for explaining that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you. Director Lyons?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. My question is kind of aligned with procurement question 2. So we're in a situation with this bid where we have fewer bids than typical or than in recent history. So I just want to maybe drill down on that a little bit to just reflect that I would love to see us go back to where we have more bids, and I think we all would like that. That creates a more competitive environment. Have there been some changes in our procurement policy that would be reinforcing the limit of the number of firms that are bidding?
To my knowledge, there haven't been any procurement process changes. I will say that we did have 4 prime contractors show up at the pre-bid meeting. Following receiving 2 bids, we did reach out to the 2 bidders that did not propose to inquire why, and if there was a process change that may have enabled a bid. The feedback that we received is that it was primarily a workload restriction that they were under. Just didn't have time.
In other words, they were fully booked and they couldn't commit to achieving the objectives of the scope of work in the time.
That's
frame.
correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm getting this across all other entities as well, and it really, I just want to make a comment that we really should be paying attention to maybe ideas about how we can be responsive to the fact that the contractor environment right now is different I think the bid alternates, the add alternates or subtractive alternates is a good way to start that process so that we have some discretion on how much we're contracting for at any given time. But if we have the opportunity to discuss any other procurement ideas that would help us get the word out and really encourage more contractors from a broader network, maybe it's a broader geography. I'm not the expert here, I'll admit. It sounds like you have reached out to contractors. I appreciate that. I think that's a very good first step. If we see this as a trend, it may be something we want to put some more time and energy into talking about, how we can expand our procurement to make it more competitive. Thank you.
And thank you for those comments. Director Hogan?
Oh, thank you. So when you receive the bids, you go through and do an assessment of the bids and break out the different categories and maybe look at the line items to see if it's reasonable. I'm assuming that's part of the process? Yeah.
That's correct.
So when you go through that process, are you able to identify specific costs by the contractor associated with implementing the PLA program?
We are not. No, there's not a separate bid item for that.
Okay. So I had asked previously about, and it was supported by the directors, requesting an evaluation to assess the PLA program to see if it's meeting our objectives. I'm hoping staff is still going to bring that forward in the future. But when we approved this policy, there were several questions, and I think an encouragement that we try to get the contractors to identify the costs associated with the PLA on their side so that we had a better way of assessing the impacts to compliance with the policy. So I would hope staff would bring that back in the future with regards to that. With regards to Director Lyons' comments, I think we have to consider PLA policy if we want to consider about how to increase the number of bids. And if we're talking about cost control for rates, I think that needs to be on the table to see what the cost impact is if we're going to cut costs in the future. Thank you.
Great comments, Director Hogan. Director Wiley?
Jason, that was a good presentation. Thank you for that. I also wanted to say I just appreciate staff had reached out. This is in our service area and reached out and offered to come up and talk to our board and do some public outreach and things like that. So much appreciative of that. On the additive bid item, it looked like the unit costs were higher than the cost for the base bid work. Is there any reasoning for that or in your guys' analysis?
The per foot cost for relining, I assume you're referring to.
You're right.
Yeah, the additive bid one relining, if you recall, is in the valley of San Luis Rey. The pressure in that area is much higher. Much of these costs are driven by the thickness of the steel plate that's used, and so that's the primary driver for the increased per foot cost for additive bid one.
Okay, very good. Looks like you guys accounted for it kind of in your estimate, so you had assumed that was going to be the case.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, very good. Thank you.
Chair Katz.
Thank you, Chair Scalzetti. I'm not on this committee, but thank you for letting me speak. Has the environment changed as far as the number of suppliers out there? Like, have there been mergers and acquisitions in this field?
Not that I'm aware of.
And what we're looking to award a contract for right now is a pretty specialized area of work where not everyone could be bidding on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thanks for your comments. Okay, I have nobody else in the speaker queue. And before moving on, is there a second for our motion, or are we going to move on?
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a
Joel, I had my hand up.
Oh, sorry about that.
This is Director Miller.
Director Miller?
Yes. Along the vein of what Director Hogan was saying about the PLAs, we have a limit on our PLAs at $1 million. And just for some history, the J.F. Shea purchased the last small contractor
that was doing pipelines, and that was LH Woods, which is a second or third generation underground contractor out of Vista. And they were doing our pipeline relinings years ago, back in the early teens, and they were swallowed up by J.F. Shea. And we have not seen much in the way of new blood coming in. And part of the reason you don't see new blood is we have a limit that's really low at $1 million to avoid a PLA agreement, which discourages anybody in the private sector from putting their toe in the water. I would encourage us down the road here, when this comes up, to revisit that limit. If you're going to get new blood into the business, you've got to provide them a vehicle to get their, like I say, their toe wet and get into the business on a very small scale to see if this is what they want to pursue as their business plan. Expecting people to line up to do $50 million jobs when there's probably only 5 contractors in Southern California qualified to do it is unrealistic to expect to get 4 or 5 bids on a job of this scale. So I think if we want to encourage new contractors to venture into this business, we need to raise that limit and allow them to follow the same rules that the unions do, but avoid the PLA and the PLA costs, and so that we can get some new blood. And I would recommend we raise that limit to as much as $10 million. The Met is having the same problem. Their limit is low, and they're getting the same contractors over and over again doing their work, and there's no new blood. And we've got to change the paradigm on this procedure so we can encourage new contractors to come into the field and not simply blow it off because they don't want to deal with the PLA agreements. So that's my 2 cents worth on it. If we really want to get some new blood, we need to encourage them by lifting those limits. Thank you.
And thank you for your comments, Director Miller. And I hear a lot of continuity in that message. So I will be reaching out to our chair to see if we can get something maybe on our future agenda to see if we can have some of those discussions. Moving on, Director McMillan.
Yeah, no, my comments were similar to yours, but I wanted to ask council, can we change? I mean, we have a contract now locally that exists for another 3 years. Is there any reason to discuss this?
Just so that I understand the question.
The question is upping the lower limit, and that's been suggested by different directors, and I'm wondering if that's even feasible given the contract we have.
Not at this meeting. I mean, the board.
No, not at this meeting, but in the future. I mean, do we have a contract with the Central Labor Committee, right, on PLAs?
This board has the ability, is not bound by previous board actions. That's just a general rule of board action, but it would take another board action to change the admin code and change the limit, which is what you did in the past, by the way.
I think clarifying Director McMillan's question is that we went under a 5-year contract with the PLA at a certain level. Is there any room to have a discussion within this 5 years, which he's talking about 2 or 3 years left, to up that lower limit? That's what his question is, per our 5-year contract that we went into 2.5 years ago. Are we allowed to have that conversation, or should we just wait the time until we have that conversation in 5 years? That's his question.
Right. Well, first, that contract's not before the board or agendized for discussion right now. 2, I'd be happy to take a look at it and come back to you with an answer to the question and follow up to get a little bit more specificity.
Thank you.
You bet.
Dr. Leahy.
Thank you. I'm not on this committee. I did want to just add on to Director Miller's comment. If this board, the committee and/or board are looking at changing that limit, I'd like to see from staff what the historical costs breakdown of these projects have been, so that the board has the ability to see and choose where that line is drawn, as well as the potential future project costs. There's, if we're moving it to $10 million, but we don't anticipate ever having another $10 million project or lower, then there's no point in moving that line to that point. If it needs to be higher, then that's for discussion. But I'd like to see what those statistics are. Thank you.
And very briefly, Director McMillan again.
Thank you. Yeah, if you're interested, I mean, you Google it, there's a lot of information in the literature on PLAs, costs, etc.
Thank you. So we have a first and a second and no one else in our speaker queue. Can we get a roll call, please?
Chair Scalzetti,
I'm going to vote yes with some concerns on the process of our bidding.
Vice Chair Ellatharp,
Yes.
Vice Chair Macedo,
Yes.
Directors Abdullahi,
Yes.
Arant,
Yes.
Bukowicz, Castaneda,
Yes.
Wong Sakai's absent, McMillan, Miller,
Yes.
Quaylen, Smith is absent, Wiley,
Yes.
Chair Scalzetti, the motion passes.
Thank you so much. Moving right along, item 2 is a condition assessment technology showcase presentation by Mr. Martin Coghill. And I think he has some vehicles here for us to kind of look. I think at lunchtime we can take them all for a little ride in the lobby.
Good afternoon, Chair Scalzetti, members of the E&O Committee and Board. Martin Coghill, Operations and Maintenance Manager for Asset Management. This item can be found on page 201 of your board packet, and we're here to bring you some pre-lunch entertainment and bring you the technology showcase for 2024.
Yay.
Yeah, and so a quick reminder, last month I explained the critical pipeline management that we do, and you see on the screens the graphic that I left you with. I called this the chain of support. And this highlighted all of the links that are really important to ensuring our safe and reliable supply of water. And today we're going to highlight 4 of those links in the chain. First up, though, I want to explain that there is a raffle prize available. I know you guys are not competitive, but this would look really nice on one of your office's walls. If you participate with us in the lobby, come meet our staff. We'll put your name into a raffle jar. And to explain what this is, it's not just a rusty piece of metal. This is one of the wires that was found when we did the Pipeline 4 urgent repair in 2022. We exhumed the pipe stick that was suffering the wire breaks. We performed a forensic analysis and we found most of the broken wires. So those dots on the left chart, one of those is this very wire, detected by acoustic fiber optic technology. So this thing is priceless. I know you want it. So you may have seen this slide before, and I like to compare the lifespan of pipelines and people. And we talk about how, as people, we go to the doctor regularly for routine inspections. And it's the same with our pipelines. We drain the pipelines and we perform visual inspections. And we hope to do our entire system of pipelines 308 miles every 10 to 15 years. But as is the case as we get older, we may rely more heavily on medical technologies, and it's exactly the same with our pipelines. We require the use of high-resolution technologies inside our pipelines to find those age-related defects. Now, I have one special opportunity to have one of your names in that raffle jar. If you can identify who that baby is that's in the upper left image, and it's not me.
Dan.
Who said that? Who was the first? There you go. So, thank you, Jen. I didn't catch who said that first.
Even then he was worried.
Director Kennedy, all right. Thank you, General Manager Denham, for being a good sport and giving that baby picture. So we've been doing condition assessments and other asset management activities for more than 30 years. Back in the early 1990s is when we really started our program. The gentleman in the upper left image is John Gallagher. Some of you may remember. He was really the founding father of our asset management program. And since that time, we've actually walked 970 miles inside our pipe. We're looking forward to reaching that 1,000-mile milestone next year. As mentioned last month, we've done some electromagnetic scanning on our pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe, totaling 80 miles. And our acoustic fiber optic system that we heavily depend on has been in our pipelines for more than 15 years. We've also done 40 miles of scanning of our welded steel pipe using magnetic flux leakage. That was between the years of 2012 and 2016. And we are continuing to increase the amount of remote field electromagnetics that we use. In fact, we've just surpassed 50 miles, having just completed almost 16 miles of Pipeline 2 in the first aqueduct that you heard about recently. And that's been our largest single continuous condition assessment project to date. Very proud of that. And then we use some specialized inspection tools, some of which that we've purchased, some that we've made ourselves, and just for Director Steiner, some that we've rented. I know you appreciate that lower right robot that we had on the first aqueduct.
Very cool.
But these technologies are not just for ourselves. We've been trying to support our member agencies as best we can in our asset management efforts. 3 years ago, we started negotiating with a satellite leak detection firm, and we negotiated a 30% discount for our member agencies, and 6 of our agencies took that on board. Last year, we started working with machine learning artificial intelligence company, and at least 2 of our member agencies contracted with that firm. And then just this year, we've experimented with vibroacoustic technology. We held a workshop and a field visit that was very well attended, represented by 14 agencies. A quick recap, 2018, for those of you that might remember, we had 2 very large full-size pipeline inspection tools in the front lobby. I was petrified I was going to damage those floor tiles, get in big trouble. But everything went well. We had our patented self-built tool. We had some interactive displays where you could use ultrasonics to find the corrosion pits in the back side of a steel plate. And we also filled some staff and board members with awe and wonder as we took them inside the pipeline for a virtual reality experience. And you can do that again today. Thank you, Mike, for the photograph. On to today's technology showcase. And I'd like to introduce first up, the small but mighty asset management team. Here today are Daniel, Justin, John, William, Eric, myself, Brian, and Joshua. We also have our 3-dimensional gurus represented here today as Chris and Manny. And our land surveying team, Jason, Roman, Lee, and their little buddy there, Rooster, who's sitting at the center of the table there. They're our aerial reconnaissance team. And we have some of these tools in front of you, as Chair Scolsetti mentioned. We have an in-pipe crawler, an underwater ROV, and aerial drone. And we like to think of these as our land and sea and air capabilities. So first up, the inline pipe crawler, which is on the table to my left. That's used for small diameter pipes that we have leading from the aqueducts to the flow control facilities that serve your water. And so we can't afford for these to run to failure, so we would like to routinely inspect those. In this case, a 12-inch pipe is inspected using that crawler. Our underwater ROV, every year we have to perform an annual inspection on the inlet-outlet tower gates at the Olivenhain Reservoir. And you can see this video image is one of those gates, and those 4 items that are bolted to that gate, those are sacrificial anodes, so they're galvanic anodes, and they're actually fully depleted, which we were able to find using this ROV. So we have a project in the works to replace those. That'll require some specialist diving expertise to do that. You can see the depth is 220 feet down. And then some fantastic high-resolution imagery from the aerial drone. You see this was during construction of the Doolan Hill Erosion Control Project. And this is a fantastic, easy-to-deploy and inexpensive tool. Now, those are field technologies. We also have some desktop technologies that we're here to demonstrate. And in the lobby, you can put on another set of virtual reality goggles and take yourself into the Helix 9 flow control facility. It's currently under construction, but you can see the completed project there. And then another recap back to last month's presentation on critical pipeline management. I mentioned that we have 218 risk curves that help us manage the remaining 6,000 pipe sticks that are pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe, are in service but are not rehabilitated. And this is a lot of data to manage. But I'm very pleased to say that we have Eric Pate here, our Principal Asset Management Specialist, who's developed an interactive GIS dashboard, and he's going to explain some of the features of that. And if you think that Eric just spends all day sitting at a desk, think again. This is just a few days after Eric joined us over from the East Coast. He did a pipeline inspection, came out smiling, and we knew he was a keeper. So handing it over to Eric.
Thanks, Martin. And I'm very happy to say that 2+ years later, I'm still smiling when I come to work every day. Thank you all for giving me a few minutes to describe what we're doing with Desktop Technologies to help us manage our pre-stressed concrete pipe. So I'd like to just briefly review. We have 27 miles of pre-stressed pipe now that we're watching, and that's comprised of over 6,000 individual pieces of pipe. We refer to those as pipe sticks, and that's covering portions of pipelines 4, pipeline 5, and our crossover pipeline. Within that 27 miles, every inch of that, there's an acoustic fiber optic. There's a fiber optic cable that's part of an acoustic fiber optic system. We refer to that as our AFO system, and it's listening for wire break events. There are telltale signs. There's a slight bit of degradation that's impacting the structural integrity of that pipe. When those wire break events happen, those 218 risk curves that Martin was telling you about give us the ability to do a quantitative analysis. We can take the number of wire breaks that are reported to us, compare it against the thresholds for serviceability and damage, and help us understand what's the condition of that pipe. How much more can that pipe withstand? And those risk curves give us a very powerful tool to perform that analysis. Based on the risk curves, we develop what we call our levels of concern. So the levels of concern, and I'll have a better slide here in a minute, but every pre-stressed pipe has at least a low level of concern. It's on our radar because it's pre-stressed pipe, and they vary from low all the way up to an urgent repair. And the urgent repair, the pipe sticks that we would consider for urgent repair have either met or exceeded that limit state for serviceability. So in this example, this particular pipe stick has only 4 wire breaks. At 26 wire breaks, we've reached that serviceability limit state. At 47, we're into damage. There's still a little bit of buffer. It's based on strictly the number of wire breaks. We might call that a medium level of concern. However, past failures and near failures have taught us that we can't just look at the number of wire breaks on a stick of pipe. We also need to consider when those wire breaks occurred. So the second piece of that analysis is we plot in a worksheet when those wire breaks happen, and we're looking for the trend. This particular piece of pipe, which is pipeline 4 in the San Luis Rey Canyon south, the very first wire break occurred in 2019, and then there was a period of a few years where there was no activity. But if you look at that graph, you can see that since the first of the year, we've had 3 wire breaks, and the rate is not what we want to see. So this is one, believe me, it has our attention, it has the attention of our colleagues in engineering, and we're all watching this closely, and we want to ideally see another quiet period where there's not additional wire breaks. So these worksheets are informative and they're helpful to understand what's going on one pipe stick at a time, perhaps a couple. What worksheets don't give you is the ability to see adjacency in pipe sticks that have wire breaks, perhaps across multiple pipelines that are adjacent. You also can't really see the big picture using worksheets. So we developed a GIS dashboard that, using tools that we already owned and talent that we have in-house, that helps us analyze those big picture issues related to wire breaks and the condition of our pre-stressed pipe across all 3 pipelines. On the left side of the dashboard, there's a tool that helps us look at each pipeline and see how many pipes are in distress or how many pipe sticks have wire breaks. The good news here is that most of that pie chart is white, meaning most sticks on our crossover pipeline, which is what we're looking at, don't have any wire breaks. The not so great news is that there are several that do have wire breaks. In fact, there's 11 that are of critical concern, meaning they're approaching that threshold for serviceability. The number of wire breaks on that pipe has approached the serviceability limit state. So those are ones that obviously we watch very, very closely. On the right-hand side of the dashboard, if we want information on any particular pipe stick, we can find it on the right-hand side. And the way the dashboard is designed, pipe sticks that have the most wire breaks and the highest levels of concern bubble to the top, and they appear right there on the dashboard. However, you can also search for a particular pipe stick through this dashboard as well. And when you do, you get a view with at an appropriate scale with aerial photography that helps you understand the local site conditions relative to that pipe stick. So in this case, we're looking at pipeline 4, stick 1130, and the aerial photography allows us to see, and the GIS map that's part of the dashboard allow us to see the adjacency. We can see that pipe stick, we can get information about its depth, the number of wire breaks that we've experienced on that pipe stick to date, as well as the threshold limits for serviceability and damage. And that helps provide a big picture. We can see not only what's going on with that particular piece of pipe, but where it lies in relation to other pipes around it. And using GIS and the dashboard, we can also look at what's changed, what local site conditions have changed over a period of time. In this case, you'll see that there's been some regrading that happened around our pipe, which may or may not have had a contributing impact to the wire breaks that we're seeing on pipe stick 1130. But the tools are there, and we can look at the big picture and see changes over time. So this is another example where this is our crossover pipeline north of Escondido and east of the 15 freeway. So it's a little small on the overhead. However, we have one pipe stick, 564, which is at our critical level of concern. But notice it's not by itself. There's adjacency. They're both upstream and downstream. There are other pipe sticks that have experienced wire breaks as well, some significantly so. And so when we look at an area like this, we look at an individual pipe stick, but we're also looking at it as a zone. And likely any repair or corrective action or anything that was done to this would need to address several sticks of pipe and not just the one that is rated with the highest level of concern. So GIS, Geographic Information Systems, and the dashboard also give us a way to look at the consequence of failure of any of our pre-stressed pipe. Up until now, everything I've been talking about mainly has to do with the likelihood of failure. What's the condition of the pipe? How likely is it to fail? Another important part of that analysis and an important tool for us to manage our pre-stressed pipe is to look at what happens if that pipe fails. So GIS gives us some pretty great tools to overlay a lot of factors that are external to the water authority and analyze them for a consequence of failure. So in this analysis, we overlaid critical infrastructure such as the freeway. There's other critical infrastructure such as electric high tension lines, gas lines. We can bring in critical locations such as schools, libraries, daycare centers, assisted living facilities, environmental factors. We can overlay all of these things and create what's essentially a consequence map. And areas, the way we've color-coded it is the brighter areas have a higher consequence of failure. So it's not hard to imagine that the area within the right-of-way of the 15 freeway is a very high consequence of failure for anything that occurred there. Notice that our pipeline is just east of the 15 freeway. So if we were just doing the most basic analysis, you might assume that maybe because it's in the yellow or in an orange section, there's a lower consequence of failure. However, GIS also allows us to model where the water would go if there's a failure. And that's a powerful part of that analysis. So in this case with stick 564, we can accurately model that if there was a failure, the water would indeed flow towards the 15 freeway. And that little black and white line is perhaps a little understated. If there was a failure in 564, it's likely that it would take out at least the northbound side of the freeway. So being able to model that and develop a good idea of what the consequence is of failure on our pipe sticks is very, very important. So all these tools are ways that we use software that we've already owned and talent that we have in-house to help us manage our pre-stressed pipe at a desktop level. And now I'll turn it back over to Martin.
Thank you, Eric. So just to recap, we talked about 4 of those links in the chain of support. And, last month we gave you a behind-the-scenes look specifically on pre-stressed pipe. I think Eric has reinforced the complication of managing the data and how to respond. We have to predict relining projects 2 to 3 years in advance. So, but with that, if there's any other links on this diagram that you'd like to hear from in future meetings, please let us know. We'd be happy to do so. And just a quick reminder, please come and join us in the lobby, grab some lunch, come out to see us, get your name in that jar so you can win this fantastic prize. Thank you.
And thank you for your great presentation, very informative. We have one speaker in the speaker queue, Director Miller.
That's an inadvertent hand.
Okay, we'll give you
All right.
give yourself a hand. Moving on to our informational items there in your packet. We are going to punt our closed session and break for lunch, and we'll be back with water planning at 1:30.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Water Planning and Environmental Committee meeting for May 23rd, 2024. As we discuss the items on the agenda today, I will be calling on directors who raise their hands to speak. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed, and state all your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda. Suzanne, please call the roll.
For the record, Chair Heidemann is absent. Vice Chair Macedo,
Present.
Vice Chair Smith, Directors Bays,
Here.
Elletharp,
Here.
Hurst, Kennedy,
Here.
Leahy, here, Lines,
here,
McMillan,
Yes.
Querum, Vespy, Whitburn,
Here.
Supervisor Desmond. Chair, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you. I do not have any additions to the agenda, so we will move into public comment. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any item listed on the Water Planning and Environmental Committee agenda.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and move on to the chair's report. On May 2nd, Metropolitan held its One Water Awards luncheon at the California Endowment in downtown Los Angeles. The honorees were participants from Metropolitan's Water Savings Incentive Program that provides financial incentives for water efficiency projects that are customized to businesses or municipalities. One winner was from Otay Water District. The Hamacha Park HOA completed a 25,860 square foot turf replacement project in January of 2023 with an estimated water savings of 1.1 million gallons per year. Gail Goldberg represented the Water Authority at the event and was accompanied by Water Authority staff members Amy Chen, Debbie Dunn, and Kari Brandon. On the topic of water use efficiency, on Monday, the State Water Resources Control released its revised proposed regulation for implementing conservation as a California way of life. Water Authority staff is working with the member agencies and others to complete written comments prior to the July 4th, 2024 deadline. Please contact Elizabeth if you have any questions. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any directors with comments. Okay, seeing none, then we'll just go through our agenda. We have no items on the consent calendar, and we will be punting our second item to next month. So we have one action item today. We have Liz with Principal Water Resource Specialist will present on the externally funded professional services contract with Ecotech Services for large landscape direct install pilot project.
Great, thank you. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Lisa Pruce. I'm Principal Water Resources Specialist with the Water Resources Department, and I'm bringing you our externally funded large landscape direct install pilot program contract for approval. You'll find this item beginning on page 207 of the board packet. A bit of background to start. The Water Authority's water use efficiency team has historically supported a broad range of conservation programs, including residential education, design assistance and rebates, commercial certification classes, agricultural irrigation efficiency, and administrative processing related to MWD-funded independent member agency activities using the member agency administered program funds. Moving forward, we're streamlining our efforts and focusing on regional activities that support member agencies in their work to meet state regulatory requirements. We seek out grants and other external funding opportunities to fund these efforts where practical and include costs associated with grant administration in each package. Our grant projects and programs include components that have a direct impact in disadvantaged communities in addition to others in the region. The ban on irrigating commercial, industrial, and institutional non-functional turf with potable water is taking effect in stages over the next 7 years. To accomplish this work in a timely fashion, water agencies are engaging customers now, and this project is a small step in that direction. The Large Landscape Direct Install Project is a small-scale pilot which will transform 7 CII large landscapes in disadvantaged communities within the Water Authority's service area at no cost to the participant. Project sites and participants are yet to be determined. We're collaborating with member agencies to identify project sites that meet participation criteria and provide marquee-level visibility within their community. The transformed sites will act as model climate resilient landscape examples with multiple benefits: efficient water use, stormwater protection, increased shade, and area beautification. The project also focuses on public landscape professional and owner education related to both initial installation and follow-on maintenance for results that last. This effort will also give us more complete information on project costs associated with non-functional turf transformation for advocacy efforts. As mentioned earlier, we focus on obtaining external funds to achieve specialty projects such as this. Work under this contract is covered in full by grant funds from the state's Department of Water Resources in combination with MWD's member agency administered program funding. A request for proposals was sent to hundreds of potential contractors through BidNet. Additionally, we made direct contact with area landscape contractors. A pre-proposal meeting was held for the project, and ultimately we received a single proposal for the project from Ecotech Services, Inc., and after due diligence, selected Ecotech and negotiated the contract that's before you today for approval. The staff recommendations to award a professional services contract with Ecotech Services, Inc. for a not-to-exceed amount of $1.2 million for the implementation and administration of the large landscape direct install project through June 30th, 2026, with the option to extend the contract term for up to 1 year. This concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lisa. I have one speaker in the queue. Director Kennedy.
Move staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Leahy, second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second on the floor. Are there any directors wishing to make any comments? Seeing none, we call the roll.
Chair Heidemann is absent. Vice Chair Macedo?
Yes.
Vice Chair Smith? Directors Bays?
Yes.
Elletharp?
Yes.
Hurst? Kennedy?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Lyons?
Yes.
McMillan? Queerum? Vespi? Whitburn?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
Chair, the item passes.
Thank you. We have no information items today. So with that being our only item, we can move into closed session.
We're back. We have recessed from closed session and have nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. With no further business for this committee, we will now be adjourned. LPO in 5 minutes.
We're actually let's start LPO right away. I think that we have enough folks in the room to get the quorum that we need. So just give us 1 second to set up.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Legislative and Public Outreach Committee meeting for Thursday, May 23rd. I am Chair Jerry Buckowitz. We have one board member requesting to participate remotely this month. General Counsel Edwards, can you make the announcement?
I've got the wrong. I apologize here. I've got to find the name. Oh. Director Acosta is appearing remotely pursuant to AB 2449, traveling on business, just cause. Thank you.
Votes taken today will be by roll call vote. As we discuss the items on the agenda today, I will be calling on directors who raise hands to speak. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda. Nydia, can you please call the roll?
Chair Buckowitz?
Here.
Vice Chair Ray?
Here.
Vice Chair Steiner? Here. Directors Acosta?
I'm here, and there's no one over the age of 18 in the room with me.
Croucher? Hilliker? Here. Leahy? Here. Lyons?
Here.
Madaffer?
Here.
Quaylen? Serrano?
Here.
Simpson? Whitburn?
Here.
Yamane?
Here.
Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. I do not have any additions to the agenda. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any items listed on the Legislative and Public Outreach Committee agenda.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. Chair, I see none.
Thank you. Seeing none, I'll move on to the chair's report. I'm pleased to report that the Water Authority was honored with the EPIC Award from the California Association of Public Information Officers for last year's Thanks for Planting Me outreach and education campaign. The team also won top honor statewide for different programs in 2020 and 2022. Thank you to the Public Affairs team for your continued excellence. In addition, I want to acknowledge the work of the Public Affairs and staff from across the agency who hosted the Spring Citizen Water Academy last week with about 45 civic and business leaders, including our very own Director Hurst. This year's marks the 10th anniversary for the program, which has now served about 800 people across the region. It also has been copied by a variety of other agencies inside and outside the region. Director's comment. Are there any director's comments? Seeing none. Consent calendar. There is one item on the consent calendar this month. The item is the adoption of a position of support on the Federal Drought Act. There is an accompanying staff memo in the packet. this federal legislation is on the consent calendar portion of our agenda because the policy issue and recommended position is consistent with the board's previously adopted legislative policy guidelines.
Move approval.
Moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Oh, speaker?
I heard a first from Director Leahy and, first Director Whitburn and then Leahy. Sorry. Steiner Leahy. Sorry. Sorry, Director Steiner.
Same direction.
Did you get that?
The voice was carrying a different way.
You'll get bonuses for motions.
This is the confusion between Director Whitburn's voice and my voice.
Director Steiner, if it helps, I'm hearing voices these days in general. So,
Like $10 a motion or what?
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify. Roll call. Okay, roll call.
Chair Buckowitz?
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray?
Yes.
Vice Chair Steiner?
Yes.
Director Acosta?
Yes.
Hilliker? Leahy?
Yes.
Lines?
Yes.
Madaffer?
Yes.
Serrano?
Yes.
Whitburn?
Yes.
Yamane? Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. There are 2 action items this month. Up first, Megan Corliss, Government Relations Manager, will provide a government relations update.
Good afternoon. So I'm going to start and give you a brief update, and then we will turn it over to our federal lobbyist and then our state lobbyist. Starting out with a couple of things that have happened. On the federal side, we did attend the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce Congressional Luncheon that they had this past month. We had Chair Katz, Vice Chair Serrano, Secretary Hilliker, LPO Vice Chair Steiner, Director Myers, and Director Whitburn and Director Lyons all in attendance. So we really had a good showing from the Water Authority. All of the congressional delegation was there, sat on a panel, answered very honest questions. We had a really good location where we were sitting, so we did get to interact some with our congressional delegation, and it's just really important those events continue our relationships with staffers that are there beforehand that we're able to have conversations with and with the delegation members themselves. So I want to thank all of the board members that were able to attend, as it is really important for us continuing those relationships. One of the big things that we've been working on in the Government Relations Department the last couple of months is the community project funding requests. So every year, it's formally known as earmarks. Those requests come out from our representatives, and this year we submitted requests to all of our congressional delegations and different projects that were in their areas. So we had different projects for each one. On the House side, the congressional delegation can only submit 15 projects. So as you can imagine, they get a lot of different projects and can only submit 15. We did have one of our projects, Moosa Canyon Pipeline. Representative Vargas did push that project forward. So it's a $1.5 million request that is being advocated now by Representative Vargas. So the process basically now is Representative Vargas pushes it through committee and tries to get it through the committee, and then it'll go to the full budget. So if it was a perfect congressional year, we would know in October, but most likely we won't know until early next year. So, but always important, and even submitting the other projects that didn't get pushed through, we hear back from staff from our delegation members and the delegation themselves as we meet with them that they want to be supportive, and so they want to help. And so just keeping those projects in front of them and letting them know what we have, and as we're looking at the issues with affordability and everything, being able to get their support as we're looking for different grants. And so with that, I did want to just touch on some of the grants that we've been going after on the federal side. So we currently have 2 applications in for Moosa Canyon. One is through the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Program, and one is through the FEMA BRIC program. And so one is $50 million and one is $15 million. So we're waiting to hear on those. With those FEMA, with the Hazard Mitigation Program for FEMA, it goes through the state and through Cal OES. And so we've been having a lot of conversations back and forth. And that's really been going on with our engineering department. Kind of our role in government relations is we help get support. So we get congressional letters from our delegation to support that, and then obviously continue pushing to try and make sure that they can kind of help, and if we need any help to get those funding. So we have those going. We've had an application to the Bureau of Reclamation and their desalination program for our desalination plant for the intake facility. As you may be aware, we weren't eligible in previous years because of the public-private partnership, but we've worked really closely with the Bureau. Some of the language changed. We had to do a lot of work. Jeremy Crutchfield really has been the lead on doing all of that, but working back and forth with the Bureau. And so that we should get a decision in mid-June. So we should hear on that one soon. And then we also have another grant for the San Luis Rey habitat restoration that we're going to be submitting to the Bureau Water Smart. So there's a lot of activity on the grant side. I feel like we play a little role in the government relations area, just trying to help get support, but then also making sure that we just continue to make sure that both on the state and federal side that our elected officials know what projects are out there, know what we need funding for. We keep those relationships with the agencies, so if there's programs that they can send to us that we might be eligible for, we can kind of move forward and look at those different opportunities. On the state side, I wanted to just mention we're at the busy time of year. Last week, there was a third of the bills that were introduced were killed in the appropriations process. So as you can imagine, with the state budget issues this year, any bill that had a cost to it definitely had a lot more scrutiny. And so a third of them were actually killed in that process. We are happy to announce that our sponsored legislation, Senate Bill 1342 from Senator Atkins, did pass, and this is the bill that would allow for streamlining on the proposed San Vicente Energy Storage Project and the South Bay Sewage Treatment Plant. It did pass unanimously on the Senate floor and has now moved to the Assembly. The other thing on the state side that we're continuing to have a lot of conversations with our delegation members, other members of the legislature, and our associations is the water bond. So continuing to really push, make sure that if a bond moves forward, that the different buckets of money that are going to be available will fit for our projects. So we're continuing to advocate on those issues. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is there's currently a low-income rate assistance program proposal from the Community Water Center, the Clean Water Action and Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And this proposal would require agencies to have a low-income rate assistance program with voluntary contributions from customers. And the program, the way that they have the language structured, is it would be an opt-out program. So you would add an amount onto everybody's bill to make this program, and they would have to opt out of it. We understand the issues. We've been working closely with our member agencies providing information, and while we would like there to be a low income rate assistance program, we think that there needs to be some federal and state dollars that are given to help with that kind of program and not put this burden on the agencies that administratively there's a lot of issues with the way that the proposal is currently written. The proposal is going to be added into Senate Bill 1255. It has not been added yet, but that's where we have told the vehicle that it is going to be added into. I have been, as I said, working with our member agencies, and I've been giving them the information that I have and then providing comments. We're working with the California Municipal Utilities Association, who's working closely with the authors on this, and providing our comments to try and make, if there's a program program that can be created that's workable for our agencies. We're trying to make tweaks and we're trying to work with them. But at this point in time, a lot of the issues that agencies have, the authors are not willing to make certain changes. So I think we'll end up having to work through the process when it gets into the legislation to then be advocating and lobbying with the legislators. So with that concludes my portion of the report, and I'm going to turn it over to our federal lobbyist, Jen Walsh. Jen Walsh works with Foley. She has not presented yet to this committee, but we're really excited to have her, and we've been working with her on our team.
Thanks, Megan. Can you hear me? Excellent. Good afternoon, everybody. As Megan said, I'm Jennifer Walsh with Foley and Lardner. While I haven't spoken to the board before, I have been involved to varying degrees with your issues since you've been working with Foley. I worked in the California legislature for a number of years and worked for 2 members of the California congressional delegation and have worked on water issues up and down the state of California throughout my entire career, so almost 30 years now. I'm really dating myself. So with that, let's move into federal legislative update. As you know, we are rapidly approaching a federal election, a pretty big one coming up in November, which means that most of what's happening in DC right now, especially on the House and Senate floor, are largely politically driven. But there are a couple of key things that are probably of some significance to you that I will just quickly touch on. The Farm Bill needs to be reauthorized. There was a very partisan markup in the House this week. The partisan elements, not really specific to agricultural policy necessarily, but more on the food side. And they've just been trying to reach some sort of a compromise for a while now and have failed to do so. So it's entirely possible we're going to see another extension of the Farm Bill this year. And the Senate hasn't released text either. So big question mark on what happens there, but there is a lot of focus on it right now in DC. The WRDA bill passed a Senate committee this week, and we expect to see some activity in the House on WRDA in the next couple of weeks. But as I said, politics are really driving what's happening right now in DC. This is what we kind of call silly season back here, where there's unfortunately not a ton of serious business getting done. But some good news on the appropriations front, and Megan already walked through a lot of the requests that were submitted. The House has announced committee and floor activity for June and July on each of their appropriations bills. So the House is intending to try to move each of their bills, which means that request for Moosa Canyon that Congressman Vargas is supporting could see some activity on the House floor before August, which would be fantastic. As usual, the House is farther along than the Senate on moving these appropriations bills, and they won't be without controversy. There are always poison pill amendments and other issues that tend to tie them up. But for our purposes, we really want to see at least the Moosa Canyon project be included in the bill that comes out of committee and then the bill that goes to the House floor, because that lays down a really nice marker for when the appropriations bills are actually completed. And as Megan said, should be this fall, but could easily slip into next year. It's pretty likely we're going to just see a continuing resolution of the current fiscal year's funding bleed over into late November, early December, at which time hopefully they will actually take up the bills that contain these projects and pass them. So we'll keep you posted on that. But in the meantime, we're working hard to generate letters of support for the projects. We'll be meeting with the appropriations subcommittee staff to make sure they understand the significance of the project and why members like Vargas put it in there, and working similarly on the Senate side as well. I was going to walk through a lot of the federal grants that Megan and her team have been working on, but she kind of covered everything in that regard. So I'll just say there's still a lot of funding available from the infrastructure law. There are some pots of money available from the Inflation Reduction Act. We are in very frequent contact with the folks that are administering these pots of money for your purposes, primarily the team at the Bureau of Reclamation. But demand for these funds, as I'm sure you know, is very high. And the process for all of these different pots of money, whether they be infrastructure funds, Inflation Reduction Act funds, grants, or even the appropriations projects, demand is high. And for most of these grants and federally funded programs, the process is complex and unique and tends to be very different from program to program. As Megan mentioned, some of them even the money goes to the states and then the states decide how to apportion it. So we are very committed to working with you and your team to track all of this, make sure we're talking to all of the right people, make sure that we're meeting the appropriate criteria to position ourselves as best as possible for these funds. But in some cases, it can take a while to establish a flow of funding. Even though those community projects are in the appropriations bills tend to be lower dollar amounts, even just getting it that first year sets you up very nicely for continued federal funding in future years. So that's kind of a high level overview of what we've been working on and what's going on in DC. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will turn it over to Bob on the state side.
Bob, you're muted. Okay, what should we do?
All right, well, does anybody have any questions for me?
Oh, no. Sorry,
there he is.
My mic was shut down. I was just talking away, giving a report, and then noticed that there was no response. Sorry about that, guys. It's my technical failures. Since I talked to you last time, the governor released the May revise, and what you haven't heard or have heard is we have a $60+ billion multi-year deficit. So it's not good news, but we are moving ahead. The legislature, both houses are negotiating on the budget with the administration. I don't see any new tax revenues coming, so it looks like the legislature, in the most part, will adopt the governor's May revise with some changes, mostly to social services programs. In the area of water, there's $2 billion in cuts to water projects throughout the state. San Diego's the pure water funding we got in last year's budget, and the San Vicente money from 2 years ago is already out the door. So we're not subject to any clawbacks or revisions that others are. The water/climate/flood bond has now taken center stage as the highest priority. The dollar amount has now gone up to, the Senate wants $10 billion, which the administration is agreeable to, and the Assembly's at $9 billion, but my suspicion is they'll settle on 10 and get it to the ballot. That has to be done by the 27th of June. And, and that has a lot of, that focuses primarily on dam safety, flood protection, drought protection, and water conservation. So the good news there is the number's gone up, and the governor is much more excited than he was 2 months ago about putting bonds on the ballot. The two houses' leadership have agreed to put a climate/water bond on the ballot and a education bond on the ballot, K-12 education bond. So look for those two to pass. There are several side deals going on in the legislature now. Jen alluded to the federal infrastructure money. California's received quite a lot of federal infrastructure money, so the leadership in both houses and the administration are determining how to distribute that. It's probably the only port money the state's going to see for a couple of years. The State Water Resources Control Board is now adopting regs with the motto of conservation is a way of living going forward. So there are proposed regs that are on their site that there's a comment period between now and June 4th. The two major water bills still alive are the two bad groundwater water rights bills that we saw last year. Those are sitting in the Senate Senate Policy Committee and should be heard in the next 2 weeks. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions, that's it in a nutshell. We're moving ahead. It's not a good fiscal year, but we're making progress on the bond negotiations and everything else that we need to.
Neil, first question.
Thank you. Well, at least I'll get to say something I was going to say in imported water. So just on the topic of policy up in Sacramento, the one thing I was going to comment on was that a number of us went to the Aqua Conference the week of May 6th. And at the conference, there was a surprise appearance by Governor Newsom during Resource Secretary Wade Crowfoot's keynote address. And I just thought it was interesting. He made a special effort to speak to the whole group for about 15 minutes, emphasizing his administration's strong support for the Delta Conveyance and the site's reservoir, and said that he considered that to still be a very top priority for him in his next 3 years. So I thought that was interesting and something that we all need to keep in mind when we're dealing with both the financial and the political aspects of dealing with our regional water issues. So I just wanted to throw that in as part of the legislative discussion.
Well, I forgot to mention, Director, the site's reservoir is Governor Newsom's pet project, and we're in such a bad situation. He cut funding for it in the May review. And also I hate to rain on the parade, but the LAO's fiscal just came out on the Delta Conveyance project, and it's $4 billion over projected cost. So, I'm sure that everybody's waiting with bated breath to see if the economy recovers a little better.
Any other questions? Thank you, Bob, for your report.
Thank you.
Anything else, Megan?
No, we can move to the next item.
Well, as chair of the legislative committee, I hope our chairman of our board knows that we hear his clear message and direction of show me the money, and we're working on it. Okay. I'd also like to ask the board members, if you have an opportunity where you're at an event or you communicate with Juan Vargas, please thank Congressman Juan Vargas for his support for us on the money we're trying to get. Okay. We have item 2 is an action item to take a position on Assembly Bill 1827 relating to Low Water Use Protection Act. Megan, would you please discuss this issue?
Yes. So Assembly 1827 by Assemblymember Pappen is a bill that it's a Prop 218 bill that provides that fees or charges for property-related water service may include the incrementally higher costs of water service due to a number of parameters, including higher water usage demand of parcels, maximum potential water use, projected peak water use, or any combination of those. So the bill also states in the legislation itself, it states that it's a declaratory of existing law. It did pass the Assembly 55-15 and now is sitting in Senate Rules Committee. We did bring this legislation to the member agency managers meeting and had a discussion on it, and had a few different general managers express their support of the bill and how it would help their agency due to lawsuits that have occurred in the past. And so we are recommending a support position, but wanted to open it up for discussion.
Any speakers?
I will move the item.
I'll second.
Lindsay?
Oh, I was going to move the item.
Amy?
Back when they originally brought this to on the agenda, and I didn't support it, and I don't support it now. Oh, sorry. I don't support this. I just think that it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. I don't understand why we need to have a declaratory law on an existing law. It doesn't. I think it's almost contradictory to Prop 218, and I think that agencies who, when they are creating their rates, I think that they already employ these tools to charge the higher water users for the services that they provide, and the lower water services as an example, they talk about using meters. Well, higher water users use larger meters. They have a larger meter rate. Lower water users use smaller meters. They have a smaller meter rate. It just doesn't make any sense to have a declaratory bill of an existing law or declaratory law of an existing bill. So, that's my
Gary?
opinion.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not a member of the committee, but I'd like to read just a brief conclusion from a Brownstein analysis. It says, while AB 1827 signals the legislature's belief that conservation-based rate structures are consistent with the constitutional proportionality requirements, it is the role of the courts, not the legislature, to interpret the state constitution. Given that the court's interpretation of Prop 218 will prevail over the legislature's, ultimately AB 1827 may have limited legal effect. End of quote. My personal opinion, having advocated for over 30 years for Proposition 218 before it was actually passed, is that this is simply a way to cost the member agencies more money and more time in actually implementing Prop 218. This is just going to result in more litigation, pointless litigation, in my opinion. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Frank?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I'm going to be voting no on this item due to the fact that I'm tired of Sacramento overreach. Lakeside already has too much of Sacramento at the district, and we'd like less.
Fernsteiner.
As I read this bill, it's permissive to the agencies, so no agency is being mandated to do anything pursuant to this bill. Have I misread it?
No, you are correct.
Thank you.
Mike Hogan.
Yeah, I'm just going to comment. Fern mentioned this as permissive bill. It does provide some clarification. And I have a little different opinion. I think that using peak and flow characteristics is more in line with 218 because you're able to actually apply the cost of what it takes to get the water out to the systems appropriately to customers. So I would support this item. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Did we have a motion already? We have a motion and a second. Okay, let's vote.
Chair Buckowitz,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray,
No.
Steiner,
Yes.
Acosta,
Yes.
Hilliker, Leahy,
Yes.
Lines,
Yes.
Madaffer,
Yes.
Serrano,
Yes.
Whitburn,
Yes.
Yamane.
Yes.
Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. There's no other information items this month. There's no closed session. There's no further business, and the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Formal board in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. We're going to get started
Hope everyone notices that we're only 30 minutes late. That's a new record. Yes. So I'd like to call the formal board meeting to order, and it is at 2:30. We're conducting today's meeting in person with several directors participating remotely, and today's votes, therefore, will be on roll call, and I'll turn it to General Counsel Edwards to talk about some of the board members participating remotely.
Yes, Director Miller, as per earlier, has posted the agenda at his location and is made available to the public. Director Acosta is traveling on official business pursuant to a just cause exception requiring no vote. Okay. Just to confirm, neither have anyone over the age of 18 currently with them in their space.
Great. If you'll rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Kelly, will you take the roll, please?
Director Acosta?
Here.
Quorum is absent. Chair Katz?
Here.
Director Kennedy?
Here.
McMillan?
Yes.
Scelzetti?
Here.
Secretary Hilliker?
Here.
Director Yamani? Here. Leahy? Here. Myers?
Here.
Director Croucher is absent. Director Smith is absent. Director Quaylen is absent. Director Simpson is absent. Director Heidemann is absent. Director Wiley?
Here.
Hurst?
Present.
Bays?
Here.
Abdullahi? Present. Buckowitz?
Present.
Fong Sakai is absent. Macedo?
Present.
Madaffer?
Here.
Vice Chair Serrano?
Here.
Director Steiner?
Here.
Director Vespi is absent. Whitburn?
Here.
Lyons? Here. Hogan?
Present.
Castaneda?
Here.
Elitharp?
Here.
Arant?
Here.
Miller?
Here.
Ray?
Here.
Supervisor Desmond?
Here.
Chair Katz, we have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Are there any proxies?
We have two proxies. Director Croucher is the proxy for Director Smith. Director Acosta is the proxy for Director Quorum.
And do we have anyone from the public that would like to comment?
Zero. If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. I see one speaker. Dave, you have 3 minutes to talk. You may start now. Hello, Dave? Okay, seeing none.
Okay. Any additions to the agenda?
We have no additions.
Okay. Everyone has received a copy of the minutes in their packet. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from April 25th, 2024.
Second, Leahy.
Okay. We have a motion by Director Kennedy and a second by Director Leahy. If you'll
Thank you.
call the roll, please.
Director Acosta?
Yes.
Chair Katz?
Yes.
Director Kennedy?
Yes.
McMillan? Scelzetti?
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker?
Yes.
Director Yamani?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Heidemann is absent. Wiley?
Yes.
Hurst? Bays?
Yes.
Abdullahi?
Yes.
Buckowitz?
Yes.
Macedo?
Yes.
Madaffer?
Yes.
Vice Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Director Steiner?
Yes.
Whitburn?
Yes.
Lyons?
Yes.
Hogan?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Elitharp?
Yes.
Arant?
Yes.
Miller? Director Miller?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
The minutes pass.
Great. Chair reports. Today, but we'll extend it till tomorrow, is the deadline to get in the General Counsel's evaluation. If you have not sent it in yet, you can go to Kelly after the meeting and she will have a hard form that you can fill out, or you have an electronic form that I really encourage you to fill out and send in. Does not ask many questions, doesn't ask if we like him in a gray suit, which we don't, but so fill out the evaluation form and send it in. Thank you. The Water Authority is going to be hosting the Colorado River Board of California at their monthly meeting, and it's going to be on Wednesday, June 12th at 10 o'clock. And as you know, we're represented by Director Medaffer, who's our Colorado River Board Vice Chair, and also Director Heidemann, who's on the board also. If any board members would like to attend the meeting, please talk to Kelly Walker and tell her you wanted to attend, or Alexi Schnell, who's our manager of the Colorado River program. They're good meetings, and if you want to go, it is on June 10th. At 10 o'clock. I have June 12th here, and I have June 10th. The meeting is on June 12th. You need to RSVP by June 10th. Aha. Okay. Also, coming up on May 31st, there's going to be a conference in South Coast Plaza. And it's called the WIN Conference, and WIN stands for Water Infrastructure Networking Conference. It starts at noon in Costa Mesa, and it starts with Senator Alex Padilla, who's going to be speaking. And then there's two panels. One is with county elected officials, and then the second panel is with water chairs. And the counties represented are LA, Orange, San Diego, Riverside, and San Bernardino. If anyone would like to attend, I'm going to be on one of the panels. Secretary Hilliker's going up, and anyone else who would like to go, it's 300 people already have signed up to be in the audience, and it should be an interesting program. 3 weeks ago, the Chamber of Commerce had their congressional luncheon, and all 5 of our congressional delegation was there, and we had 7 board members, myself, Vice Chair Serrano, Secretary Hilliker, Directors Lyons, Steiner, Whitburn, and Myers, and then 3 of our team, Dan, Jamie, Megan. It was really a good event. All 400 attendees, all 5 of our congressional delegation, and you really saw how well our congressional delegation work together, complement each other, have different points of views, but really are working together on big issues for San Diego and trying to get money into San Diego. It was an impressive event. Anyone that attended, Director Lyons or Director Myers, want to comment, feel free. Otherwise, move on.
Yeah, I'll just concur that it was a nice opportunity to have some relationship building occur and to be introduced to other regional and statewide advocates and have a few words. So thank you for inviting me to join the group.
Great. Good. Last item that I have is last Monday and Tuesday, not this week, but the week before, Vice Chair Serrano and I and Dan and David all went up to Metropolitan at their invitation to speak to their board. And beforehand, we had a meeting at 3 o'clock with 3 people from the governor's administration, Wade Crowfoot, Carla Neiman, and Board Secretary Ann and I can't remember her last name, but they all talked about Delta Conveyance, and they talked about the importance that the governor has put into Delta Conveyance. They are asking that Metropolitan take a vote on this by the end of 2024 of their support for this program, and then come forward with $145 million of their portion of it, of getting permits and studies done by the end of 2025. The governor would like to see a schedule for this by the end of 2026, which is the end of his term, knowing that it's going to be 12 years to construct, and it's probably now going to be a $20 billion project. But you'll hear much, much more about that. Then that night, and that was the general manager and the chair of Metropolitan, Dan and I and Nick, and then also someone from Los Angeles was there also. And then that night we had dinner, Dan, David, Nick, myself, and their general counsel, Marcia, with Adele and Adon, just continuing building relationships. And if we're going to have a settlement, it's building these relationships. Our directors do a really good job building the relationships with the other directors. We've now done a really good job, I think, in building the relationship with the leadership. And we're very close to sitting down and starting to talk settlement. And we'll come back to the board and talk about that. And then the next day, Dan and I got to address the entire board. I got to sit next to Adon Ortega, and Dan sat also with the board members and right by Adele, and we had 15 minutes to speak. I introduced it. I talked about cooperation. I talked about regionalization, that it really is not San Diego standing alone. It's all of us working together as a region. And then Dan did a really good job in talking about the past, the present, and the future. And they've had other general managers get up there before, and all they did was go through statistics and numbers. What we did is we put the statistics and the numbers in front of each of the speakers, in front of each of the board members, and then Dan really told the story about the past, the present, and the future, and cooperation and wanting to work together, and then I ended the program. So it really, the hospitality from Metropolitan was great, and relationships are being built. Director Arant?
Thank you. My first tour in the water business was from 73 to 80 in the LA area, and I grew up knowing many of the MWGMs and staff people, and had great relationships with a lot of those people. And then I came to San Diego, which was a great opportunity for me, and I'm blessed to be here still. And I found a different perspective on MWD in San Diego. And then being a long-term observer of Metropolitan and the Water Authority, and given my roots in the LA area, I've always been perplexed by the acrimony that's gone on between LA and San Diego. And it was necessary in many respects. It got us to where we are right now. But I want to compliment our chair and our vice chair, as well as our general manager and our general counsel, for the effort that you're putting in to smooth the waters and bring us all back together. I think the regional transfer we saw lately is an example of what we can accomplish as a region. So I encourage your efforts and congratulate you. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Dan or Nick, any comments about going up to LA?
I would just say, I'll confess that was the first time that I've been to MWD. And I just, in alignment with the comments from Director Arant, I sat in the audience and was able to look up at the dais and to see, our general manager sitting amongst the MWD board, see our board chair sitting right next to the chair of MWD. And that's really, I think, the visual that was most striking to me, because I think that's the signal of what we're trying to achieve. And so for that to occur, for us to be asked to come up there, to be able to tell a bit about our story, to be there with, sort of the arm of partnership ready to work together with MWD to solve the collective challenges we face, acknowledging that, our two agencies have so much more in common than what actually does divide us. I think it really did signal that new era of leadership that we all know is particularly necessary between our two jurisdictions. And, as our board chair indicated, we know that they have some massive issues that are coming before them in the months and years ahead that are going to have a direct impact on San Diego. And so us having positive relationships up there, being able to have direct lines of communication can only behoove us. And we all collectively see the settlement of the Met litigation to be central to be able to work together and address these collective issues that we face. And I think our second message to our colleagues up at Met is let us redefine what regional really means in our water spaces, and have that be more about Southern California and less about, when we say regional, it's just San Diego County. We have a lot of assets that San Diego has made investments on that can benefit the Southern California region, and would, in my mind, mean that we don't have to make investments that can be rate drivers for infrastructure projects, new supplies that we don't need. And so that was the message that we carried up there. I will say it was well received, and so there's more to come. And I do want to give some significant kudos to Don and Adele. I can't tell you how many times that they've been down to San Diego since they were both installed in their positions. They have been here multiple times. They're here frequent. They're here often, and they're always in touch. And so this was really us returning the favor. So more to come, but appreciated the opportunity to be there.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, I'll just be very short and share with all of you what I shared with our board officers and chairs. And it's, I've been going up there for the better part of 20 years, and I've served in many different roles in those 20 years. And as you walk through the halls now, or at least myself, and I know Nick and Mel included, the attitude is different, the welcoming is different. The conversations with member agency board members are different, and it's been very positive. That's the first step. I think the next step is trust. That's what comes next as we get towards settlement. So that's kind of my reflection on things.
And we've talked about how Nick and I have developed this relationship with the chair of MWD, Adán Ortega, and Dan has done that with Adele. And David is doing that now with Marcia. And David and Marcia were both at the dinner on Monday night. And any comments that you want to make, or?
No, I would just echo everything that's said. I think that all of our counterparts have a similar worldview as the one we have, which is exciting and feels like there's some momentum.
Great. Okay. Kelly, will you now take us through the actions by each committee today?
We'll get those up on the screen. So the A&F committee noted and filed the Treasurer's report. They approved the date change for a Board of Directors September regular meeting from September 26 to September 19, 2024. Approved the FPWG recommendation to defer approximately $13 million in infrastructure projects and to increase fiscal years 24 and 25 CIP board approved appropriation of $183.9 million by $7 million to a new 2-year appropriation of $190.9 million. Adopted resolution setting the time and place for a public hearing on June 27, 2024 at or after 9:00 a.m. during the A&F committee meeting to receive comments regarding the recommended rates and charges. Adopted resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of short-term revenue certificates, approving Bank of America as the liquidity provider for the Series 11 Commercial Paper Notes program. Imported water had no action. E&O authorized a contract to JF Shea Construction in the amount of $47,913,795 for the Pipeline 5 relining San Luis Rey Canyon project. Water Planning and Environmental awarded a contract with Ecotech Services, Inc. for a not-to-exceed amount of $1.2 million for implementation and administration of the large landscape direct install project through June 30, 2026, with the option to extend 1 year. LPO adopted a position of support on the Federal Drought Act and a position of support on AB 1827, and that concludes the reports.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, we have a motion by Director Medaffer and a second by Director Arant, and a speaker, Vice Chair Serrano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick couple comments. The city today will be able to support item 9.4 for setting the public hearing. I will say that the city, as we discussed in ANF, acknowledges that rate increases are going to be necessary. So we look forward to having that discussion again next month. However, I do very much want to be clear that based off the discussion and what we heard in ANF, the city will not at this time be able to support a 19% increase. So I do want to make that clear in this moment as this public hearing is set, and look forward to the Water Authority sitting down with city staff to discuss some of the solutions that we think that we can bring to bear, and hopefully bringing that to the other member agencies as well as a potential rate mitigation option. But with that being said, with this item setting the public hearing, the city will be able to support item 9.4 on consent. Thank you.
Great. Director Whitburn.
Thank you, Chair. I too will be supporting this item, but also regarding the rates. I very much appreciate all the efforts of our general manager and staff, and I recognize the challenge. At the same time, I concur with Vice Chair Serrano. Too many people in our region are struggling to pay the bills. Every dollar matters. Every percentage point of a rate increase matters. So I too respectfully request that the Water Authority meet with the city and other agencies over the course of the next month and drill down and find every way possible to keep rates at the lowest level that we can. Given the many struggling families that I represent, I could not support a rate increase of 18 or 19%. Thank you.
Director Steiner.
Would you support not having any water this year?
Director Steiner.
Did you hear that I sound like Marty Miller now? Earlier I was Steve Whitburn, and today now I'm Marty Miller. I just want to confirm that during these 30 days, as we head into from today until June, that the Water Authority will be meeting with the agencies and the city to explore any rocks that can be found to be turned over, and that will be, if there's anything to report, that we will hear about that in June.
Great, thank you. Director Miller.
Does that sound like me?
I didn't have my hand up, but I will support the motion to deal with the rates. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Director Scalzetti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just wanted to reiterate, I know the staff and city will be meeting, but we would like to get up to speed and have the other agencies being in the loop too, because I think there's some of them that got sideswiped today, and it's pretty challenging to figure out the other moving parts when some of the agencies doesn't get the information. Thank you.
Director Acosta. And before you start, did you catch the bug that's flying around in your room? So no one over 18 is in her room, but there is some bug in that room.
There was a large fly in the room, but it flew out. So I didn't catch it. Thank you. I just wanted to comment also on the rate issue, and I had previously made comments, but I know different people are here now for the full board meeting, and wanted to say it clearly we're in a tough place. We have to make really hard decisions. I was supportive of the alternative motion recommendation, which was a motion to bifurcate the process. It did not pass, and this is the second motion that we voted on, and this was to go ahead and set this public hearing, which was the staff's original recommendation. So I was supportive of either way, but I do understand that this is very tough. I am very responsive to the public as an elected official. I know the affordability question is really big for our families. A lot of people are experiencing difficulty with inflation, and housing costs of living in general are very high. So we're mindful of that, and we're doing everything we can to keep the perspective of ratepayers in mind, but also understand that we have a fiduciary responsibility here to ensure that we're able to pay our bills and maintain our credit ratings. So it's hard, but we're all doing our best. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Director Myers, who will be followed by Directors Kennedy and Lyons.
Thank you. I also support 9.4 with the only caveat that I do not necessarily support alternate 8. But I do support moving forward now and continuing discussions with other agencies to seek further rate relief. I share in many of the comments made regarding the issues of increasing rates and everything that we need to do to try to mitigate them. Thank you.
Director Kennedy.
As a point of order, Mr. Chairman, I think that we have now gone well beyond what a consent calendar should do with the number of monologues related to one item. So I think the only appropriate thing is to pull 9.4 out, because we've just had a series of commenters during a consent calendar when that's supposed to be reserved for items that are pulled out of consent, it seemed to me. So we can move on to the vote. If they want to monologue on 9.4, we should pull it and then have the monologues and then vote on it. But this is consent for the rest of the consent calendar. Thank you.
I appreciate your opinion. And one more speaker, Director Lyons.
Right, thank you. I tend to like to move forward because I think there's some benefit to moving things forward as predicted. But however, I do see there's an opportunity here, and the opportunity is for our general manager and the leadership and also our board to work together a little bit longer to see if we can reduce the rates from what is being proposed. So I think there's value in that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Great. Appreciate everyone's comments. We have a motion to approve the consent calendar, items 9.1 through 9.9, made by Director Medaffer, seconded by Director Arant. If you'll call the roll.
Director Acosta.
Yes.
Chair Katz.
Yes.
Director Kennedy.
I'd like to register no votes on 9.3 and 9.5 and yes on the rest.
McMillan.
Yes.
Scalzetti.
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker.
Yes.
Director Yamani. Yes. Leahy.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Wiley.
Yes.
Hurst.
I accept for items 9.7 and 9.2. That's a nay.
Thank you. Director Bays.
Yes.
Abdullahi.
Yes.
Buckowitz.
Yes.
Macedo.
Yes.
Medaffer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Serrano.
Yes.
Director Steiner. Whitburn.
Yes.
Lyons.
Yes.
Hogan.
Yes.
Castaneda.
Yes.
Ellie Tharp.
Yes.
Arant. Miller. Director Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Ray.
Yes.
Thank you. Consent calendar passes.
Great, thank you. Going on to special reports. General Manager?
Yeah, no report, but I would like to ask Martin Coghill to come up to the podium and to maintain the integrity of your raffle prize drawing. Can you bring a friend and have him or her pull a ticket?
Thank you.
Not the
Director Kennedy?
Just so that we know you don't have something up your sleeve.
Bring a friend. Call a friend.
These are the attorneys.
Thanks, I forgot.
winner is Director Kennedy. Kennedy.
I'd like to pick another one, please.
Dedicate this to my former agency, Rainbow. It's in that service area. You got to give it back.
You can rotate it every month.
Thank you, Martin, for your team and everything today.
I'll entertain a motion to have a recount of that. Director Lyons.
No, I'm sorry.
Director Medaffer.
I just wanted to thank Martin and his team, and especially our general manager, for bringing this forward. I had a chance to talk to him. He reminded me of attending a Mission Trails task force back in 2006 when he was new at the Water Authority. And so much of what happened with that break in Mission Trails Park has led to this amazing technology base at the Water Authority, where it's led the nation, led the world in terms of being able to investigate pipelines, leaks, and those types of things. And I would just say, Dan, thank you so much for having them here today. I would hope in the future we see them more often. I'd love to have a demo at some point with one of those equipments in front so folks can really, on our board and the public, get a better understanding as to how this agency has done such an amazing job. And this, folks, ties back to the whole CIP budget and how important it is to maintain our infrastructure. So thank you.
Director Arant.
I want to follow on with Jim's comment, and also this is part of that 7% that we have to deal with, and it's a very important part. And we've established this technology and pushed it forward, and no telling what it saved us in terms of water loss, damages to surrounding properties, to our own aqueducts. So just remember this is part of the 7% we're going to be focusing on here over the next few weeks. Safety, yes.
Okay. General Counsel report.
Nothing additional to report.
Okay. SANDAG report. At the last SANDAG meeting, the board approved the fiscal year 2025 budget. It was a $1.3 billion budget. 52% of it is the capital projects. 18% of it is a pass-through from Transnet that goes to the cities, and 14% is Transnet that goes to major capital projects. Also, the meeting before, which was also in May, the new CEO was selected. The new CEO is Mario Orso, and Mario Orso was and still is the Chief Deputy Director for Caltrans for District 11. A qualified man who knows San Diego, from San Diego, and he will be becoming the new CEO at the end of June. And the interim CEO has turned in her resignation after 30 years of being at SANDAG, and that's effective the middle of June. The SANDAG subcommittees, the Borders Committee, Director Macedo?
Nothing to report.
And the Regional Planning Committee, Director Yamani?
Nothing to report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And that is it. Do we have closed session?
We do not.
Okay, no closed session. I thank you all for today. Great discussions. This meeting is adjourned.
Yeah.